There you go. I forgot to this and grab my shirt. Oh, goddamn. Anyway, better do this real quick and be right back. Fucking hell, dude. Fucking hell, huh? There you go, boy. Who's a good baby, huh? Who's a good baby boy? Oh, yes, you is. Goofy little dog. You're a goofy little doge. Currently being forced to watch a religious documentary on Israel. Gross, cringe, and gay all at once. Gross, cringe, and gay. Like, I didn't realize that could be such a combination. Gross, cringe, and... Well, I should specify 90s gay. Damn, that's not cool. 90s gay. That's kind of lame, 90s gay. That one. Because, for real, though, that just sounds horrible. Ugh. I know I don't even want to be exposed to such depravity. For Jesus to come back, apparently. I know that. I've known that, dude. I've grown. I don't need to watch religious documentaries or anything like that to understand that weird fucking Zionist shit. It's a part of, like, why a lot of far-right white nationalist Christian evangelicals, even if they are very anti-Jewish and anti-Semitic, are very pro-Israel, because they think that if Jesus comes back, he'll, like, set the chosen people straight, which is the Jews or some shit, and, cleanse them and stuff like that, and thus cleanse all the evil or whatever fucking garbage and shit. It's just stupid nonsense like that. It all kind of leads to the current Jewish population basically being wiped out, because that's how Jesus, takes his return, is that he looks at the Jews and says, fuck you, I'm taking my vengeance on you, and thus making the real Jews, or something like that. I got no fucking clue, something like that. It's all just like Naziistic fucking psychopathic babble. I think really it's just thinly veiled anti-Semitic nonsense so far, because it is. It is anti-Semitic nonsense. It's just Nazi garbage, like, honestly. I mean, if you really read between the lines of a lot of white evangelical Christians, like, they're essentially just, like, Zionists for the sake of Jesus, and that's it. Like, if anything, they hope that the Jewish people are wiped out when Jesus comes back. Like, they want Zionism to be a thing, so the Jews can be taken out by Jesus himself. Like, that's why they're so pro-Israel. It's because, the chosen people will, be addressed, basically, by Jesus himself, by essentially just wiping them out. And, like, the Holy War is supposed to be in Israel and shit, so it's in the best interest of these white nationalist Nazi Christians, to be very supportive of Israel, because it boasts their death cultish prophecy. Like, it is just Nazi shit. Like, I mean, I guess maybe not Nazi shit, because Nazis were more into, like, weird Catholic occultism and shit like that, more so than just outright fucking, this shit. Because Hitler and the Nazis wouldn't be Zionistic. They would make sure that Israel as a state never existed in the first place. So I guess maybe they're not overt Naziistic. But essentially, the idea is that, like, there's a purge of the Jewish people, and thus, the lands are truly holy or something. I don't fucking know. All I know is that it has a lot of roots in Nazism, or at least evangelical, anti-Semitic Jewish, or anti-Jewish, Christendom and shit, which is what a lot of Nazism is founded on anyway. Jesus is going to purge the Holy Land and rule for 1,000 years of heaven on earth. Yeah, basically be a total immortal dictator of the world, and everyone has to fucking bow to his whim. So, I mean, if anything, he sounds like a dude that I would literally do a violent revolution against, more so than anything. But that's just me. I'd probably be one of the Jews wiped out, in the fucking time, in the end times and shit. Funny how they neglect to mention that the ancient texts say that we will have 1,000 years of darkness after the 1,000-year reign of Jesus. I thought it was before the 1,000-year reign of Jesus. I thought the idea is that when the end times begin, it's essentially that it's 1,000 years of, holy war, Satan cursing, the planet, death, fire, blah, blah, blah. And then Jesus comes in that 1,000-year time span and thus, saves life and goodness and stuff like that or some shit, and thus we all just basically on obligation are just like, yay, praise Jesus because he saved us. The old text says it's 1,000 years of light, 10,000 years of darkness, and in a cycle perpetually forever. Huh. So, basically, it just sounds like. I mean, it just sounds like Jesus and Satan are like, hey, instead of killing each other, how about we just have a dual rule? Like, you rule for 1,000 years, I rule for 1,000 years, and we just repeat the cycle. Sounds like, Lucifer and God got to an agreement. If that's the case. Not text, older translation. Well, I kind of figured I knew what you meant. Older text, older translation, same dev. Yeah. Yes, baby. I'd hail Satan in that case. Well, yeah. I mean, I would too. I mean, fuck, even in the Bible, it's, maybe not openly, but it's at least, to some extent, at least, partially, painting Satan or Lucifer in a good light. At least in some of the stories. At least how I interpret the stories. The whole Genesis story, is Satan or Lucifer or the serpent is the good guy. He's the protagonist. Or I guess you could say the anti-hero. Because, I mean, basically, literally the first book of a holy textbook that you're supposed to, worship the god of, that same god lies to you. in one of the first fucking interactions he has with his creation. It's don't eat that fucking tree because it's the tree of knowledge and shit. And it's just okay, I won't eat that. And then serpent's yo, God's lying to you. That's bullshit. It's not gonna do what he says it's gonna do, damn you to hell and shit like that. So, I mean, shit. I mean, fuck, I can't even see what directly it says. It's the first book. I mean, I don't have to turn that many pages in. Okay, maybe. Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah, I already found it. So, and this is what I also love, too, is God created the serpent, too. He created the anti-hero. So it's the serpent was the craftiest of all the creatures that God had made. So the serpent came to the woman, really, none of the fruit, and God said you mustn't eat any of it. Well, of course, I mean, eat it. It's only the fruit from the tree in the center of the garden we're not to eat. And they, especially in this particular, the paraphrased version, the red letter paraphrase version, whatever the fuck that means, like, it's not exactly describing the tree. It's just the center tree. And, and so, anyways, it's like God says we mustn't eat it or even touch it or we will die. That's a fucking lie. Outright. And the serpent even says it. That's a lie. You will not die. God knows very well that instant you eat, you will become like him, for your eyes will be opened. You will be able to distinguish good from evil. Which, if you think about it, if you break that down, it essentially is like you'll be able to discern with logic and have consciousness and be able to discern what's good and what is, potentially bad for not just yourself, but, for what's around you. Because if God is supposedly like, this very wise being that knows a lot of shit, then wouldn't you want to, also probably want to know that too? So you can, better prosper yourself. I mean, it's just, like, it's literally, like, the first 4 fucking chapters. Like, all that was in the 3rd chapter of Genesis. So it's just, like, I mean, just the 3rd chapter alone just refutes everything that, when it comes to trying to, worship God when he's literally lying to you. Reading older Bible translations, and lately Satan barely kills maybe half a dozen people. I think in the entire Bible, Satan kills probably maybe like a dozen plus people. But yeah, God himself has not, as a genocidal dictator, he's not only like, pretty much, via messaging or telling other people, like, Joseph or Jake, is it James? No. There was Jacob, Joshua, and David, a lot of these other dudes, basically telling them to fucking, go conquer your enemies and, have their women slaughter the men and shit. Dash the little ones to the rocks, literally genocided entire fucking cities because they were full of sin. Flooded the entire earth, thus wiping out most of life on it. It's like, yes, for a so-called merciful God, he sure has a body count. Exactly. Someone's so merciful, you have quite a body count there, God. It partially makes me... Hey! 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 Zukov! Hey! Zukov! Dude! Bro! Hey! Zukov! Oh my god. Bruh! 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 Get over here! I think you've made your point. Don't you start that again. Anyway, I'm honestly kind of wondering, frankly, if, if, like, some of the translations honestly got fucked up, like, when it comes to the Bible, thinking about it. Because considering that, like, Satan, the serpent, Lucifer, to whatever you really want to call him, I guess, like, it seems to be a lot more of a critically thinking type of character and a lot more willing to actually, like, be in touch with humanity, so to speak, and actually kind of, like, let them, kind of challenge the general status quo. I mean, it just seems a lot more likely that Lucifer is more likely more of a protagonist, or at the very least probably more likely of an anti-hero type of character in the Bible, or at least initially, than today. In some of the older Bible translations, Jesus goes to Greek hell to free everyone there from eternal toil. Oh, isn't that, isn't that like the Fields of Elysium or some shit like that? I like to see religious have crossover events like that. Let's see Zeus and Thor go at it as competing lightning gods. Well, I mean, they're essentially Obviously not literally the same type of like deities, but I mean a lot of their archetypes are not that much different. Tartarus. I think it was Rome that had the Fields of Elysium, but a lot of their shit was based off of Greek religion anyway. So, Zukov, hey, what are you doing? Keep locking yourself in the laundry room, bro. Got my tea in the freezer. Kind of cooled down a little bit. Got a little thirsty. Yeah, nice and chill. Ugh. Can I help you? You're a little goofy, baby. Honestly, compared to the other gods, he's just kind of lame. I mean, yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's not, like, super lame. Like, honestly, like, the one thing that Jesus kind of got going for him a little bit is the whole Sermon on the Mount thing. But that's really about it. I mean, yeah, I mean, comparisons to, like, other, like, gods or goddesses and other religious texts and shit, I mean, he's not exactly, like, you know, this mega super powerful being or anything. Once he decides to turn water into wine, which is kind of base, to be honest, and gets nailed to a board. I mean, he can, you know, he pretty much has, like, you know, healing abilities. Like, I mean, there's, I know there's, like, a story where he, was talking to, like, a sickly man who was blind and was able, you know, to essentially, let him have his sight and then be able to, be at least better. And then also, like, you know, kind of, aided a prostitute as well. Like, he's kind of hung around with a lot of more sickly, broken, lowly type of people in comparison. And if anything, is, you know, been more of a, like, you know, like a healing type of figure for those type of people. So, I mean, he's kind of like a healer in a sense. I mean, if there was, like, a Jesus-like character that was a real person or real people, chances are maybe at least some aspect of that was them being, like, a traveling healer or some shit. Or, like, you know, a healer that, you know, was around in Jerusalem at the time. Which would make sense. And, you know, if, like, someone that has, like, you know, better, you know, more smarter abilities of, like, healing at the time comparison, all you had was herbal remedies. I mean, but was able to, like, you know, still, you know, help people in comparison way more so than probably their local healers and shit, because they just know a little bit more about, you know, helping people in their ailments. And yeah, you'll probably see more as, like, a magical type of figure. Especially if, like, people don't know what the fuck type of, like, herbs do and shit, if they're just, like, a common, you know, peasant type. But it obviously wasn't divine. Well, yeah. Definitely not. Because chances are it probably was, like, you know, a dude who was, like, a little healer, but, you know, people kind of started to follow him around and, you know, had a lot of criticisms about the status quo at the time and was a big challenger of it. And because he also was kind of building a little bit of a cult following, you know, or at least maybe a couple people building, like, this little, like, religious cult organization of a sort. I mean, that's kind of what ended up becoming Christianity. I mean, whether it was, like, a legitimate, like, Jesus type of figure or, you know, like, or his, like, disciples or whatever the fuck, or at least maybe, like, people who are based off of those characters and shit. I mean, it obviously started somewhere. Like, there were some people that, you know, were starting and eventually became these names that we know of today, which is, like, Jesus and his, was it, like, 13 disciples? So he had, like, 12 or 13, but I'm pretty sure it's 13. Bet you said a bit. I mean, people were tiny back then, so I doubt, like, you know, things were big. Like, I would be considered Goliath at the day. Like, people were, like, fucking 5'5", 5'4", and shit back then, you know? So, like, me being 6'2" would be Goliath. Like, while Dave was maybe lower than average height, you know, like, a Goliath type of person would have most certainly been, like, 6'3" or some shit. Because honestly, these days it's a lot more common to see people who are like hella fucking tall, but at the same time, there's still a little bit like about average height type of shit. But around here, I see a lot of tall people, like even way taller than me, even. Like I've seen people who are straight up like fucking goddamn 7 feet tall. I'm like, how in the fuck? Like, how are you that tall? What the hell? I mean, I wouldn't want to be that tall. I mean, that's just like yeah, let me have back problems by the time I'm 35. Even though I can't control that, unfortunately. Never got that big swinging between his legs. No, not really. Not that that's even really important information, but yeah, no, not 100%, but okay. Your 5'10" feel pretty short. You're not that short. You're literally like what? 3-4 inches shorter than me. You're not that short. Like I'm about like 6'1", 6'2", probably like 6'1.5" about. I mean, I'm tall, but I'm not like super tall. I mean, a lot of it's just because I'm more skinnier, so thus I look more of a taller figure, just because I'm more narrower. I mean, that's the main reason why. I mean, it just looks like I might be a lot more taller. About as tall as my real dad. Well, I'm actually, funny enough, at this point, just slightly taller than mine. That has a fucking broken ass back and doesn't, and kind of like hunches over a lot anyway, so it's just like, I mean, at this point I hope so. Because I mean, if not, then it's like, holy shit, then he's definitely like ridiculously tall too. But luckily he ain't. Not that wouldn't matter anyway. Can we not like burn you skinny lanky motherfucker? Yeah, a lot of that's just my metabolism, mainly. It looks so cute just holding on to that. You just look so cute holding on to that. And I get you a nice big little oatmeal bath the other night. Last night. He loved it. Should catch the last couple of humus reports. From yesterday, not today. Boof golf. And he's got a cute little twisty rawhide beef jerky thing in his mouth. And it's so cute just holding on to it the way he is. Yeah, look at you. So cute. Here. Yeah, it looks like... Oh, Andrew Yang's forward part is completely... Yeah, I saw some shit about that. Not from the human support, but, I mean, seeing it around. Currently mad at my cat because she jumped on my couch and pissed right on my favorite blanket. Damn. Well, look, I mean, it's not super hard to get that type of smell out. Just get some vinegar. Like, when you wash it, put a bunch of vinegar in there, like a cup of vinegar. I mean, like vinegar that you don't cook with, obviously, but, Because honestly, like, I've had to deal with shit like that before. Luckily, not really anymore, but when, you end up having to deal with shit like that, you end up figuring out ways to solve it. I mean, it doesn't, like, outright remove the smell entirely, but with enough washes, as long as she doesn't do it again, it eventually will. Because the vinegar, like, breaks down a lot of, what especially makes cat piss smell the way it does. So, in time, it'll eventually go out. She only does that when she wants me to change her litter box, but damn, I wish she didn't tell me that way. Well, jeez, that's like how my cat usually, or at least like how like Banda or other cats would tell us and shit, is basically just not doing that, but would basically essentially might do it like right outside of the litter box or something, like directly outside of it, and like there will be some litter that has been like they tried to like scoop and then try to like bury it in a way. So it's like they're I mean luckily we just changed them so they're empty, but well, at least this one over here is. One over there ain't. I don't even know why we have one over here, honestly. Probably be better used somewhere else. I guess it's away from him so he doesn't get into that shit. Because Zukov will. Like, if you got a litter box and a dog, you know, that's just gonna be something you're just gonna have to watch for no matter what. Luckily, he doesn't really do it that much anymore, but I'll catch him every now and then. Space Star Trek humor and currency has been hit hard issues like trans issues and oh really, the Orville, huh? And dealing with family advance, you really? I've been honestly like I know TJ's talked about the Orville a few times before and said it's really good, and I don't know why I've seen it before. Like, I mean, not actually watched it, but I remember seeing it on, like, Netflix or Hulu somewhere for, like, the longest fucking time. And I just would just blow it off, honestly. Like, I would have been watching the show a lot sooner, honestly, but, like, I really should now at this point, just because, like, I've blown off for years just because I thought it's like, oh, this is, like, some joke parody version of fucking Star Trek, which I guess it is in a way. I mean, but, like, I didn't think it was actually going to be good. I don't know why. Like, I guess just because, like, oh, Seth MacFarlane, Family Guy, it's just gonna be like Star Trek but Family Guy jokes. Like, I think that's what my mind was thinking, and I'm like, eh. But honestly, just because I'm, especially lately, been hearing really good shit about it, it's like, my assumptions are wrong. Don't judge a book by its cover, obviously. First two seasons are hit miss, but third season is solid humor, more serious, solid. Less humor and more serious hard hit stuff. Okay. I mean, usually that's usually how it goes for a lot of shows, like the first two seasons. Usually the first season it might more or less be like a hit and miss, and then like after that it starts kind of getting the ball rolling. So, you know, not something I, you know, would be too butthurt about if I saw a few episodes in the first season or two. I'm just like, meh. I will admit, I am kind of meh on MacFarlane because he basically came out as like a major Pelosi donor, and it's like, cringe, dude. Why? Gross. Honestly, I mean, the article that I read it from was a little misleading because it's like, yeah, he is, but he's not just doing that for her, he's just doing that for the Democratic Party. Like, he just is a Democratic Party donor. And it's like, I mean... The article makes it sound like he's just like a full Pelosi donor, but he isn't. I mean, he is, but he's just a Democratic donor. It's like lame. It's like you could at least do that with, you know, Democrats that are probably better than Pelosi, like that old hag, but okay. Strawberry sativa edible. Also, while MacFarlane's politics leave much to be desired, he's a good actor. Yeah, he's definitely I guess politics are definitely, like, very libby. But, honestly, I don't necessarily mind, like, that about him, because if anything, he, you know, does actually make a lot of his, comedy and humor pretty funny because of it. Because he uses that in a way to kind of, like, hit on, you know, some pretty, you know, serious topics and shit. Kind of like the whole, I like one of my more favorite episodes of Family Guy was, like, Brian, like, kind of being a fan of Rush Limbaugh for, like, a day. Because he read his book. I mean, it's like I found that pretty funny because it's just basically a whole thing of like, how easy it is, for, somebody who can just be like a, like a charming speaking type of person or some shit, like a Limbaugh type or something, like on the radio, and be basically swindled in, to issues like that, even if you don't necessarily believe in, the type of ideas that, they might. And then there's the whole, like, meeting your idol, because he meets him and then he realizes, oh, he actually is a scumfuck. Why did I follow this dude? Why did I like him for like a day? It's good to admit that SF and other limited entertainment types helped me form my left-leaning opinions in early days. I don't think it's... I don't think it's cringe. I mean, I think if like you were still like a hardcore lib or like a centrist or some shit, it would be a little bit, because they'd just be like, oh my god. Like, you're just like a fart sniffer. But, I mean, if it's, I mean, like, honestly, like, yeah, I mean, McFarlane and like Family Guy, American Dad, fucking... Matt, what's his... Who fucking... I know there's Matt Groening, who did Simpsons a little bit, especially early Simpsons. Who... Oh my god, the guy who made, King of the Hill, what's his name? I know he was definitely, pretty influential, because I watched King of the Hill a lot growing up and stuff. Fuck, I'm forgetting that guy's name, but I know he was too, to a degree. The fucking, creators of Ed, Edd n Eddy, for sure, especially when it came to, like, more, like, early childhood growing up type of shit, like friendships, like, kind of, different aspects about, like, social issues and shit like that. I think his name was, like, I know he was, Italian. Actually, you know what? There's even like a little funny clip that it's actually an Easter egg from Ed, Edd n Eddy. Early South Park was pretty libertarian and cringe, but later South Park became great, sometimes anti-capitalist. I mean, the creators of South Park are libertarians, for sure, or at least libertarian-leaning, but they definitely have, some really good episodes that, yeah, even sometimes can be pretty anti-capitalist, too. Oh, is this it here? I think I found it. Be your maker! So quick, though. Antonucci. Yeah, it's his last name, Antonucci. I think his name was, like, Dan Antonucci or something like that. But this is one of the wall breaks where he's referenced. Antonucci? They're just slaps. They're just crushed. But I'm forgetting his first name now. I think it was, like, Dan Antonucci or something like that. That was great. Oh, yeah. Like, Antonucci, the guy who created, like, I mean, in the whole show itself, I mean, it definitely was, like, a major influence on, especially when it comes to, like, at least some aspects about society, to a degree, because there was a lot of episodes and a lot of different themes that were pretty critical about, society, culture, and even to some degree, like, politics, too, as well. Like, I remember there was that one episode where the Eds made, like, that whole cardboard city, and then pretty much the entire cul-de-sac kids got lost in it. And it was basically just kind of like, pretty much a whole episode and a theme about urban life and, some of the criticisms of it. I mean, also the whole, like, theme of it being a cul-de-sac is also just kind of a sense of, like, the theme around, like, suburbia kids and, like, their... some of the antics that might happen with that type of shit. We're kind of weird after they expanded the world to the school. I was fine with that, honestly.
Come on.
I didn't think on, like, I never thought that was weird, personally. The cul-de-sac was purgatory. Cul-de-sac was purgatory? I mean, I don't know. I mean, if that's the case, then wouldn't a lot of these, like, shows where it's based around children would be in that case then? Because, let me guess, it's because we don't see adults. Or we almost never see adults outside of maybe, like, one of their arms or something. Which, if that's the case, I mean, then, like, I mean, Charlie Brown barely had any adults, and when they did, they were just like, you know, or whatever. Like, they were just, like, really exactly not a thing. I mean, there's, I know Conan Kids Next Door, while there were adults in that show, they were literally seen as literally more childish, and in fact, even more stupid than the kids. And, if anything, were, like, more like children than the actual children were, just outright. So it's just like, if anything, the adults were the kids, and the kids were the adults in that case. While still acting and still being adults, in a sense, which... no one else to see is rather in the last episode. Yeah, the movie. Well, yeah, I mean, there's also, isn't it Ed's mom, I think? I think there's, one case, or at least, one instance where I think she is, like, not, like, literally seen, but, like, implied that she was actually there in the episode. Like, in NNA, it's at least implied that the adults are there. Like, I mean, because obviously if it's in the middle of the day, you know, or like... Because my idea is that it's weekends, right? And also if they're at school and shit, then obviously it's like their interactions in between, you know, like class sessions and shit like that. And if that's... And if we're pretty much seeing the show for all these different, you know, periods, you know, in their lives, then it's not going to be around when adults are going to be around usually. Because it's when they're, you know, either off at work or, you know, they're in the school, you know, like, you know, dealing with their grades or whatever the fuck while they're all out of recess or some shit. I mean, it's like, I don't know, it's just like, it's implied that they're there, but you just, like, but with the show and how it's, and where its perspective is primarily, you know, perceived in, you know, being around all these kids in the cul-de-sac specifically, it's like the primary, like, any focus on the adults is irrelevant, really. Hence why they're not there. Because, I mean, outside of, like, oh, I'm going to be telling mom, or, uh-oh, what will my parents think of this? You know, outside of that shit, I mean, they're not really going to be referenced or mentioned that much. And also, I don't know if Eddie's brother is an adult. I think it's implied he's, like, a high school dropout or some shit. Which, especially considering his behavior and his demeanor and everything, he definitely sounds like he is. So, if he is an adult, he's probably, like, 18. So, barely an adult. It's cringe to admit that I really like Powerpuff Girls as a kid. Fuck no, I love that shit hell hardcore, dude. That shit was dope. Dude, I fucking loved watching that shit. Dude, some dude is just like, what? You're a boy growing up watching that shit? Lame. It's like, well, it's like, fuck you then, bitch. Bubbles, my spirit superhuman. Who's the green one? There was, Bubbles, there was, oh my god, why am I only remembering Bubbles? What was the other two names? Fuck. Was it like Bubbles, Starfire, and it's in the fucking intro of the show. Hold on. I'll straight up look up the fucking show name. Buttercup. Bubbles, Buttercup, and Blossom! That's what it is. Blossom, Butters, and Buttercup. I didn't even have to look up the intro for that. I just looked up the name itself, and there was a scene that was like Blossom versus. I'm like, that's the other name. Boom. And also Dexter's Laboratory. That shit was fucking awesome. Because I always just like imagine myself as like, you know, like Dexter to a degree, as, you know, trying to be like some Machiavellian kid. At least in fantasy form, at least. I never really was, but at least to some degree, I'm just like, yeah, I wish I had a little science lab so I could do crazy shit. I'm dope. I think, like, any boy growing up, you know, like, watching Dexter's Laboratory, at least, yeah, if they, like, grew up watching that, not having a fantasy about having, like, a crazy-ass science lab or some shit in their, you know, in their house or something like that, or in their room, then they weren't a real kid. Had really well developed. Oh, dude, yeah, that was a really good one too. What sucks is I don't really remember many episodes or really many things about it, but I do remember just being just like fondly loving the show, and at least remembering a few episodes here and there. Had a major crush on Raven growing up. I kind of did too. I'm not gonna lie. It was that, like, emo goth girl, quiet type personality, wasn't it? It was that shit, wasn't it? I like how I named the stream Grouchy Dog, but pretty much this entire stream has been anything but grouchy. Slade was a good villain for a show too. Slade? Oh, that was fucking... Oh, let me see what he looks like. Give me the OG. Oh, yeah! Dude, this guy was fucking dope. Because what's really great about it is that he actually fucking let Slade actually have, like, wins. He actually became, like, a very good fucking, like, you know, antagonist for the character, for the show. I really like the arc where Robin was forced to be Slade's apprentice. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, honestly, now some of this is starting to come back to me now. I don't remember everything about that arc, but I do know that there was, like, that really epic fucking battle scene where, you know, he defeats Robin and then, you know, like, you know, kidnaps him to and force him to be his prince. Like, I remember some of that shit. Dude, some of the battle scenes in that show, like, the fight scenes in Teen Titans were just fucking amazing, honestly. Not all of them, but there was a lot of them that were just fucking dope. I mean, another thing that I really loved about the show is, you know, it's kind of more grimdark aesthetic too, and how it also, you know, would actually make it challenging for, like, the protagonists of Teen Titans and shit, where they actually would, you know, kind of have a few L's and have to kind of build themselves back up, or, like, you know, pick themselves back up a little bit, you know, try again and shit. Like, it wasn't just like they were immune to shit. Like, they actually had, like, flaws and weaknesses, and their enemies also, to, you know, if they could, knew how to exploit it. Especially if their enemies like Slade were cunning. Because, I mean, oh man, it's such a good fucking show. Teen Titans Go is nothing compared to the OG shit. Like, honestly, just with the animation style alone, the Teen Titans Go shit, like, I'm not even gonna bother. Like, I couldn't. Like, I'll rewatch Teen Titans 1,000 times before watching the Go version. It just sounds like it just sounds like a plus variant. It's like, here, you want it, but a plus corporate-friendly version? It's like, ew. trying to invade the world as the series finale boss was amazing. Oh, you know, honestly, I don't think I've ever seen the series finale, so I don't remember that. But holy fuck, that sounds insane. Or maybe did I? I don't even see. I don't know. I might have seen it in its totality, but I might have not seen the entire finale of the show, so I might not have seen that part. I am familiar about Raven's demon dad, though. I'm aware of you know, about like what he kind of looks like a little bit and shit, but not really too much about him. So yeah, I don't think I've seen a series finale now that I'm thinking about it, because the show is coming back to me now a little bit, but there's still some, you know, pieces of the overall, you know, picture being missing, and I think that's, yeah, one of it. And I think it's just because I probably didn't see it growing up. I'm sure it's on, like, probably YouTube or some shit, though. Oh, the only thing I didn't like is how her demon dad, I forgot his name, sidelined Slade as a main villain. Well, I mean, like, considering that he's more, like, he's a literal, like, demon, like, thing, you know, like, I mean, honestly, all in all, I would imagine that, like, considering Slate obviously not being more of, like, a demi-demon thing, anti-villain, anti-hero in the last part of the show. Well, yeah, because I think he, you know, when he got put in his place and realized, oh shit, there's actually far bigger concerns than my own bullshit. When he kind of had a reality check in a sense, he kind of realized, oh, you know, maybe I was actually fighting, you know, the wrong dudes all along. Maybe my shit was wrong a little bit. Maybe I should, you know, at least, you know, kind of go anti-hero status and redeem myself a little bit and fight back against this son of a bitch. Because this looks a little worse than what I was doing. So, yeah. Though, if anything, like, considering that he's, you know, fought back and forth with, you know, the whole Team of Teen Titans and shit, like, he will also, you know, because of that, knows their weaknesses and strengths, so being on their side at that point, he would also be able to use that shit to their strength and to their advantage. Obviously, especially because they're dealing with a demonic, dimensional demon thing, you know, that is Raven's father, then it's just like, yeah, you're gonna want to fucking, you know, use, you know, any advantage you can, including knowing what your strengths and weaknesses are of your own side, so you can use that as the advantage, you know, against the enemy. To know your enemy and to know yourself, right? Can't see what Ramble thinks around too, though, huh? What'd Jello do? Oh, he's already on part 4 of this, huh? Slade did mental damage to the Titans instead of just physical fighting. Well, yeah, because he knew that some of the weaknesses of the Titans were essentially, you know, some of their insecurities and some of their more psychological weaknesses. Especially, I mean, Raven, and, well, I mean, honestly, all of them. Like, I mean, in different ways. Like, you know, I forgot specifically what Raven was about, but, you know, she had her own, like, insecurities, you know. Robo Boy, well, he's a cyborg. Like, I mean, you know, he's essentially a transhumanist, you know, so he's, like, exceptionally a fucking outcast, you know, considering that. And Beast Boy, because he's, you know, kind of a transmorph, like, he can morph into different things. Which, you know, and also his normal, you know, form also doesn't exactly look human either. He kind of looks like a Green Goblin-esque looking dude. So, I mean, that in itself makes him a major outcast, and it's a lot more, primal in nature. And then, I forgot what Robin was, but Starfire, I think, because she's an alien, technically, she, and being, like an outcast, from her own, I think, from her own family and her own world and shit, she also has, like, that going for her. So it's like they all have, like, some sort of internal flaw about them that they're, trying to, work out with and shit. We grew up in Golden Age of cartoons. We really fucking did we? Man, when I look back at some of the shit that, we were watching growing up, it's like, man, it was a golden age. I know politicians might talk about, like, the 80s and 90s and those cartoons, which I will not besmirch, because, I mean, a lot of that ended up being a lot of the foundation to what we grew up with. Because obviously, once, because anyone growing up with 80s and 90s cartoons aren't really going to be interested in cartoons, in the early 2000s and, like, or early 2010s and 2000s era and shit. Because that really was, like, a legit golden age of cartoons when it came to, like, really heavily, going into, like, different themes, social issues and shit like that, while also, keeping in this kind of grimdark raunchiness and not being, like, this super clean, like, ooh, we gotta be super child friendly and all that shit. Like, there was honestly some other shows, like, I think Ben 10 was another one. Like, there was a few shows, I mean, SpongeBob every now and then will just throw it at you occasionally, where it will just have, like, some visceral, like, semi-disturbing shit. Like, I mean, every now and then there would just be, like, hyper-overtly, insanely detailed, like, images that, in SpongeBob will just be thrown at you just to fucking, like, just ingrain in your head. And then there's, Grouchy Dog with that weird blue thing, where it's just like, you're not perfect. Which, honestly, that in itself was, like a very strong, messaging in itself, where you have this very imperfect, freaky, disturbing thing. I think it was the final episode of Courage, if I remember correctly. And basically, it's sitting there in this, like, blue void, and it's just, like, saying you're not perfect, and it's this imperfect, disturbing, mutated thing. Just, saying that. It's just like, if I ain't, you're not. Or the SpongeBob was dark in a lot of ways. It definitely was. Now the SpongeBob's clean, corporate, young, and creating nonsense. Well, from what I understand, because I know about SpongeBob falling out a little bit. But from what I understand recently, I think like a year or two ago, I think, the original writers and the original creators of SpongeBob came back. So now, from what I understand, like the last like season or two of SpongeBob have actually made a significant improvement in comparison to like the last, 4 or 5 something seasons of the show. So I could be wrong, but I think if I remember correctly, that's what happened now. So from SpongeBob, it might have made an improvement. I mean, I've actually seen some clips, that are from newer episodes that have popped up that are actually like, oh, this is actually kind of reminiscent of some of the older shit I've seen. So, I mean, I think that, it probably has changed a little bit now, but, I mean, I don't know about how much. I haven't seen SpongeBob in a long time. Now, the only shows in my childhood that I really kind of go back to is either like Ed, Edd n Eddy, Courage, or what else? I mean, honestly, just a few that I kind of go back on to get back into a little bit, just thinking about it. Like, I definitely want to watch Teen Titans in its totality, especially for the series finale aspect, just because I know I haven't seen that. And then, definitely, I also want to check out maybe some newer SpongeBob, just see how it is. Just see if it actually is, improved, by any means. What is this random community post? Reddit FM. Would you remove one eye for $25 million? 25 million, huh? One eye. Ooh, you know what? My gut reaction wants to say no, But 25 mil is a lot. Because I can use some of that money to just basically get like a cool crazy eye. Or just have a cool ass fucking eye patch and shit. But, I like my eyeballs though. I like having both of them because having one will be a very big issue when it comes to perception. 25 million. That is a lot though. I don't think I would. If I did, it would be this side because then I can at least just still aim and stuff. If I wanted to still shoot, or still go shoot and stuff. So if I did, it would definitely be my left eye if I were to do it. But for 25 mil though, I don't think I would. No. Ooh, 64% no, 36% yes. Wow, so out of the 264K votes, about a third of those people would do it. I debated it. Honestly, if there was a maybe, I would have been in the maybe. Because I was contemplating it, so it was a maybe. But I think it's more on the no. If it was like 50 mil, I think it would be a lot more like thinking about that. Be like, or $250 million. Like 250 mil. I think at that point it'd probably be yes. Because then I could just use some of my fucking fuck you money at that point to just, like invest it and put like hella research into, alternative eyes and alternative vision and shit like that. So then, we could just have that, maximize that research and development. And then, once, we get like something good, I could be like the first patient zero and have like a crazy ass, like, Borg looking robo eye that gives me, my vision back basically. That'd be pretty fucking good, pretty dope. Because if it was like, $250 million, then there could at least be justification to, use, because, it doesn't say anything about what to do with the money, it just says you have it, so that's what I do with it. So, not 25 mil, but $250 million, 250 mil, yeah. So I'm getting into super into lately is Super Sentai, which is Japanese Power Rangers. It's better acted and better written than anything you get here, and most seasons are geared towards scenes. Here, I actually kind of want to see what it looks like. What in the fuck? 1975 to 2022? Whoa, dude. What the fuck? Damn, dude, the 70s had some fucking beats, dude. It's like I don't want them to stop with the I want to stop cutting. I was like, let the beat drop. Like, dude, it sounded like there was some fucking some bops in there, dude. Dude, just the soundtracks of at least these early these 70s ones. Look up Time Ranger for good stuff. I'm just gonna look at this. This is great. I like how they just do various different T-poses, and I like how they all look like they were part of Daft Punk or something. Is this where Daft Punk got his inspiration? And I like how before they transform, they already look like they're like super swole, like Japanese Rambo, like Rocky looking fucking svelte looking dudes. It's like, did they really need the superpowers? It looks like they could already like kick the ass of like, you know, the entire Yakuza by themselves or some shit, bro. His arm got shorter. I think we're in the 80s now. I feel like this is 80s. They had to say it every single time separately for that. Oh my god. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, that was kind of dope. That was kind of cool. Not gonna lie, this is kind of a cool transformation. All right, that's kind of cool. That was actually kind of cool. Not gonna lie. For like the 70s or 80s, okay, this is the 80s. This is the 80s. We are now in the 80s. That right there was just some straight 80s shit. The 90s Sentai are my favorites. We'll probably see that. Oh, damn, they got some cars and shit now? Oh my god, okay, that was a little ridiculous. The slow-mo run. Damn, little kids transforming? Damn! They've got little kids going out there ready to kick ass. So we're kind of back, now we're in the 90s. Yeah, it looks like they kind of went back to the 70s era with that one a little bit. This looks like definitely some 80s, 90s era for sure, though. So far, there's only been like really like, at least right now, maybe like 2 or 3 transformations so far that, or transitions that actually look kind of dope. Oh my god, okay, you know what? Alright, maybe 4 now. This one, alright. Alright, that one kind of got me a little bit. Okay, alright, I kind of like this one a little bit. It's like, you know, it's like some like action video game like stats shit going on. I mean, just for the absurdity, I kind of like it. Alright. Alright, this one's actually kind of cool so far. Alright. Damn. Well, damn, alright. Alright, that one was alright. What? Those Rangers were, ironically, it was the internet-based Sentai. The internet-based one? Oh my god. No wonder I was like, alright, because he's like, he's one of me, I respect that guy. He's one of us, yeah! Oh, looks like they are starting to implement a little bit of CGI now. Well, more CGI. That's a little more complicated. Whoa! Alright, this is kind of dope. Alright, we're in the early 2000s, aren't we? Because, I'm not gonna lie, this actually is kind of dope. Man, the crazy camera, the camera motions, dudes. Oh shit! They're starting to get progressively cooler as they're going on, I'm noticing. As the budget grows, their shit gets cooler. Oh shit. Damn, so the helmets kind of have like a animalistic kind of features now with it a little bit. Alright. I feel like they don't have to like do it every single time. They could do just like all five of them, or maybe all of them in, but you know. The road to faster gold mine for Syntheticus Thames finally got a massive budget for effects. Nice. Yeah, they definitely have, because, see, this is better. This is way better. See, that was a little bit more cooler, honestly, right there. I like, also with every transformation, I don't think they do the same move twice, ever. I think they're always different. Like, every time. They can never commit to, like, one, like, we're gonna, yeah, this is how we start. Like, it's something different each time. Whoa! Alright, that's a little, alright, that was a little legit. It was actually kind of a little uncanny, but it was a little legit. Well. So he's better when they're all at once, instead of doing them individually. Just seems better. Whoa. They're at the fastest of the time of the Evil Rangers. Ah. Whoa! They got a furry for it. They got themselves a furry for this one. Holy shit! Well, this helmet, wait, his muzzle's all smushed. They crushed his face. They crushed his face. Since I love making one Ranger evil for most of the show, only to kill him or have him change sides at the end. Damn. T-pose. I've noticed they do different versions of the T-pose. Whoa! Oh damn! She got her shit on. It didn't matter. There's like, we got guns. She's like, I will deflect this. She goes, oh shit! Oh! She just got obliterated no matter what. She just, oh my. Okay, we gotta watch that one again. That was just too funny. She got her shit on to be like, I'm about to fight you motherfuckers, and she just gets shot to shit and yeeted away anyway, dude. Oh my god, okay, alright, that caught me right the fuck off guard. That was a Deca Ranger at Police Base Sentai. Ah, well, she just kind of got immediately murked. Damn. Like, she didn't really exactly last long as a ranger, did she? She was a cut for it. She passed the boot camp, but, well, unfortunately, when put out in the field, she didn't really last that long. She kind of literally got obliterated by 1,000 bullets. Whoa. Super kawaii waifu, like, transformation time. I think we're starting to get into the point where the weeaboos are starting to take influence. Well, the subtitles are no longer in English. Oh, no, now they are. Well, it's just like the early 2000s and late 90s, the era for Japanese men to just have like stud levels of like long hair. Like they basically were looking at like the rock scene in America, or just like, I kind of like that punk rock scene going on over there, of like the leather jackets and the long hair and stuff. We want that. And they just like, and they've just, because honestly, it works so well too. Like, because what the hell. I love it when they make their hair, like when you could tell the hairstyle is basically purposely trying to make their hair anime hair, and it's like, oh my god, why? Whoa. Whoa. Alright. This one's kind of a cooler one. That one was a little more up there. Man, we're not even halfway through. Oh my god. Damn it. Alright, this one's a... I'm noticing that at least the 2000s, they're like, cause, see what I mean? Like, this guy's got some badass looking hair and shit. Like, goddamn, you got no right having that. Look like a fucking, like, you know, epic fucking, like, you know, warrior about to, like, you know, like, murk a whole fucking army by yourself with that shit. Like, damn, son. Well, I mean, with this transformation, you might as well. You're in the middle of 2000s, and I could tell that shit has definitely become a lot more of a, like, a high production value now at this point. Like, the transformations are actually pretty dope now. Like, I think. Well, it looks like it. It's about mid-2000s, about. Mid to late 2000s, it looks like. I mean, considering that the start of this was from 1975 to 2022, I mean, if the 75 was the very beginning, and, you know, maybe about, like, 3-something minutes in, it was about, like, the 80s, and then 90s, you know, from, like, you know, maybe about, like, the, you know, like, 6 to 9-ish minute mark, and, you know, so now, you know, or maybe, like, you know, 6 to 10 minute mark, and now we're in, basically, at this point, you know, definitely the 2000s. Probably late 2000s. Okay, this one, alright, this transformation is badass. Oh shit, the things just like magnetically clink onto him. Alright, this one, they kind of oh my god, okay, that shit looked pretty dope. That shit looked kind of dope. That shit looked kind of dope. Like, I wouldn't want to fuck with that. Like, that, I mean, the head looks a little too big, I mean, you know, but beyond that, I mean, that looks pretty badass. Alright, another slow-mo run. I felt like they reminisced that one from one of the 70s ones. That wasn't as good. Oh, damn, okay. They had the helmets, like, form and then go to their heads and then, boom, and then it clinks on them. Okay. That's a little touch I didn't notice of any of the other ones. I guess it helps explain how they get on their head. I just realized that shit's like words. What do they even say? Well, they got like little ear fans. Hey, you gotta keep your shit circulated inside. You get hot and stuffy in there. Oh, the Japanese pop rock. The CGI gets progressively better with each season. So each transformation I've noticed, outside of maybe like one or two. And now we're starting to get that Japanese pop rock, where it's like, you know, it's kind of more punky rock, you know, type of, you know, pop rock, you know, or pop punk, you know, instrumentation. But, you know, you got like, you know, a cutesy, like, or suave, like, you know, vocalist, you know, male, female, just kind of going out there singing something. You're in the 2010s. Yeah, I'm starting, like, because I noticed, especially even with anime and with even some Japanese-based type of cartoons that came to the US, that Japanese, like, indie pop rock, you know, kind of sound, you know, especially when it came to, like, intros, different shit like this, like, that was fucking huge and still is to a degree, you know, when it comes to, like, animes and shit like that. So it started becoming more of a staple at this point for sure, and now we're definitely in the 2000s because that's when it started becoming a staple, at least from what I've remembered. It was around there even before then. Like, a lot of 80s anime had the same type of shit, but like, it didn't really become a very mainstream popular staple, you know, like, as, you know, a part of it, like, up until, like, I'd say probably like about 2010s and shit. Dude, some of the soundtrack is, like, kind of popping. Like, dude, what is with this fucking, like, song? Dude, it sounds like a fucking, like, epic rock song's about to drop. Well, it kind of stopped, but damn. I mean, it was kind of there a little bit. Guess they're looking a little angelic with this one. Okay, that's kind of a cool fucking red jacket. I kind of want that red jacket, but make it green, like an emerald green, and I'll love it. That's pirate. That's Sentai. Base Sentai. Oh shit, they got some guns now. It's a morph gun? I was kind of hoping those would do something better. Like, if you have something that's like a gun, but it just morphs things, it's oh, that's kind of like. I hope in the show those things do something better than that. Oh my god, they got little anime waifu guns. Oh, they also do the same thing. Come on, dude, those, like, that shit seriously should do some other stuff, I hope. What was that? Okay, what was going on there? They just broke out in like a fucking breakdance moment, and then there was like a okay. I think we're starting to get to the point where maybe some of the producers might have found out what acid was. A bit weird at times. At times? I'm just gonna be honest, the whole thing is weird. I'm just gonna put that out there, but I mean, it's actually kind of dope though. And honestly, it's been going on for like almost like what, 50 fucking years? Yeah, about. Whoa! Whoa, they just like kidnapped a Viking and just like, yeah, here you go. Yeah, he's a part of your team now. They just like found a Viking and just like, whoa, okay. Alright. What's he gonna change? I actually want to know what he's gonna do. What's with the, okay, what's going, okay, this is starting, yeah, okay. I don't know what's going on, but this is, okay. I think the collaboration between weeaboos and, like, I think the weeaboo influence is really starting to come in here. I'm starting to feel a little weird. Like, legitimately now. This is starting to make me want to pause very frequently. Like, okay, what's Viking guy changing into? Well, that was very unimpressive. I was hoping it would be something way more badass than that. Damn, he looked more badass before that. Mild disappointment. For the weirdness I'm getting, I expected better. What in the fuck? What's going on with this dude? Is he... So I don't know what's going on. I don't know either, dude. Whoa. Okay, CGI's getting hella intense now. So, some trains? Okay. Oh, shit. What is going on here? So, I guess, I don't know what, but I feel like this is the beginning to, like, a construction-themed train Sentai. So, they have, like, themes specifically for each of them. And this is, like, a train-based one? Is there like a reason for the themes? I like how the audio is really exceptionally a little off on that one. I know it wasn't. I mean, I'm just seeing the translation of the word down there. Obviously, it's not the word, but the way they're pronouncing it, it's like, God damn it. My American brain, dude. Kishima has a theme based on some Japanese folklore or pseudoscience. Huh. I guess these are like supposed to be ninjas or ningas, because that's what I think they're saying. But again, but I mean, I think if I had to take a guess, it probably is translated to ninja, because it looked like they were kind of looking like they were transforming into like ninja rangers or something. And a cowboy. I wish there was a little bit better audio, because that beat sounds kind of cool. So, dude, the cowboy, dude, dude, it actually looks a little dope though. It's like, dude, like that kind of bluegrassy, like country, like outlaw country sound of a little bit of like that Japanese slash like kind of you know, Asian style, like, you know, progression when it comes to like different music or different like rhythms and stuff. Oh my god, it's such an awesome blend. Because honestly, they go very hand in hand with each other. I mean, look at the Who of Hunnic Rock and shit. Oh no! She looks so happy. She's like, I'm going to destroy you, and I'm going to slice up your insides. Get fucked. She just looks so smug and happy she's about to just destroy him. And he knows it. He had the look of like, oh god, no. And she's gonna do it looking all cute and prancy too, but she's like... She's just gonna slice and dice him, dude. She's like a fucking, oh my god, they got a fucking hippie. They have a hippie stoner bro? They have a hippie stoner bro? Hold up. They have a stoner bro. They have a fucking like dreads wearing stoner bro, dude. What the fuck? They had a Viking earlier, or at least like a guy that looked like one, and now they got a stoner bro looking guy. The free streaming app Tubi has most of the 90s and 2000s. Alright. I mean, I'm definitely at least have to check out some of this. Like, I'm probably gonna get stoned hardcore and watch some of this at some point. Rubik's Cubes? Whoa. Tesseract Cubes. Okay, they kind of got a little 4D, like, you know, quantive, like they got a little bit, like, you know, quantum on us a little bit on that one with, like, 4D Tesseract Cubes and shit. They just kind of, like, whoa. Damn. They're expanding off to the 4 dimensions of this shit. Whoa. Is this like Dune Rangers? Rangers but Dune? Well, I guess, because whatever thing he just chucked at him just exploded like insanely, because pretty much every gun that in the universe of Dune basically just explodes everything anyway. So yeah, yeah, I guess so. Whatever he was about to transform in, just like, well, again, just like that chick from earlier, literally got obliterated by like 1,000 bullets. Like, he just got yeeted by like a Dune pipe bomb by like the fucking, by the fucking Fremen and shit, dude. He's like, get fucked, bitch, just blew you ass up. Oh shit. It's like, nope. Oh shit, it's a Uno card, dude. Oh fuck. Okay, poor choice of music. And I don't know what is going on now. It went from dope to like, okay, it just really shot itself in the foot. Did he kidnap another furry over there? I think yeah, they did. It's like every now and then they'll kidnap a furry and be like, all right, you're part of our show now. Okay, that guy, all right, this dude is a pimp, bro. He's got like the fucking pimpinest of pimp canes. He's got like the most pimpinest of fucking pimp like jackets. Like, bruh, I don't care if he's evil or not, dude. I'd fucking like tag along with this guy. Like, I'd be like a fucking goon for him, dude. He's a pimp, bro. He's pimping, dude. Look at that shit, dude. My boy pimping here. Oh shit! Damn, bro. Kind of flexing a little bit. I thought that was about to be a skirt, but no, it was just like. Basically like a, you know, in addition to his uniform, it's just part of like the coat. Damn. Alright, fucking flat. Damn, dude, he pimping in both ways. Shit. At first I was a little mildly undermined, but then just boom, got my cape, bitch. It's like, oh shit. Pit Ranger slapping Mo's left and right. Why is this guy shirtless? Hold on. Why is he just shirtless? Oh shit, alright. Alright. You know what, that was actually kind of dope a little bit. Had like a sword and shield, pop that bitch out, the fucking armor comes, you know, channeling out from that shit, and boom, you're ready to go. Dude, that was actually kind of dope. Dude, why is there like, what is this? Like the fucking like monopolists of 1890 becoming the Rangers now? It's like, oh yes, us over here at the Standard Oil Company, we shall, you know, put everyone in their place here. Quick, get into your transformations. It's like, what? Oh my god, that top hat though. Like, oh my god. Wait, where's the other one? They just cut off the other one. Oh shit, his fucking helmet became, like, his hat was the helmet. Damn, dude. I still really hope those guns do more than just this. Because if so, I will be disappointed about that. I mean, for that fucking, you know, whipping that bitch out like that, I better hope there's something else that it does. Like, Jesus. Alright, this guy's got some pretty dope looking armor. I'm guessing we're probably in like the 2010s at this point. And I could tell there's that, because we're definitely out of that like 2000s, like early like 2010s now a little bit. Because now we're in like the late 2010s and shit, and I could tell that it's, the weeb influences for the most part actually kind of, I stand corrected. Okay, is this a little, you could tell it started running out of the, yeah, I was about to compliment it for a second, but then this happened. And honestly, am I the only one that thinks this is a little racial? Am I the only one that's thinking that this scene very specifically is a little racial? I am cringing for different reasons, and it's like, call me woke, but I feel like this one is cringe for some more racial reasons. Like, can we just like, like, I can't be the only one that thinks that's a little racial there. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. This is getting worse. This is not getting better now. All right, if that's the only time that happens, I'm not gonna think that this, show is like, weird or whatever in the sense of that. But I'm just gonna be fucking honest, that was just weird, like, for very different reasons. God, I'm still cringing at that. God, oh my God. That just seemed a little, just so, a little racy. Oh my God, are we fucking, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my God, it got worse. Oh, this show's a bit nationalist as well, but then again, most Japanese shows send a pro-Japanese message. Well, yeah, because straight up, a lot of Japanese society is very, very nationalist. And considering this is probably around the time that, like, the Abe's conservative administration was probably a thing, or at least, like a lot of the Liberal Democratic Party of Japan, which is actually basically the equivalent of the Republican Party here, by the way, but, like, I mean, this is essentially, I think, around the time they were also at power, so there's also a lot of this, patriotic, cultural push as well, so I think this is why we're starting to see the racy stuff now. Because honestly, there wasn't really any at all up until this point. Because frankly, like, I mean, at this point, while a little weird, I can at least see it being kind of cool. But now, I'm just like, oh God. I don't even, what the fuck, man? Oh my God, that's just, okay, I mean, honestly, that's just like, doing minor racism, so cool! Yes, it is cool to do some minor racism. As I am being a very big hypocrite. Am I doing a fucking accent? Like the latest stuff, like the forklift. Evidently. Okay, so that was, okay, hold on. Just, yeah, alright. We'll go back to this guy. I kind of skipped it. It actually looked like they didn't do the weird racial stuff. Cause, wow, I mean, holy shit. Like, I mean, it's like, I know, like, there's a lot of, aspects about Japanese culture that's very pro-nationalist and shit like that, and, tends to be xenophobic, but... And I kind of figured there might have been some here and there in that shit. Like, and I feel like, even before that, like, we were just looking at, like, I think, there probably were some, maybe, like, racy stuff here and there, occasionally, but it wasn't, like, overt or, like, some sort of, like, inherent dog whistle type of shit. It's just like, here's a generic, like, white person looking dude, that we can use. So, Viking guy, we'll have this dude. I like when they make fun of American. Yeah, I mean, if anything, like a lot of the earlier stuff that I was saying looked like it was more or less, kind of just lighthearted, just like, what's a generic, like, trope of, like some European warrior looking dude or some shit. Viking guy, so we'll just have no helmet on it, so it looks more generic and just some leather armor or something. It wasn't like, some bent or some shit. It's just like, just taking some basic tropes to kind of get you an idea that's what the character is. But that shit, though, was just some blunt racial stuff. Like, that was just like some blunt racist shit there, where it's just like, unga bonga, unga, whatever the fuck. It's just like, bruh. It's just like, whoa, dude, what the fuck? It's, I mean, cause I don't even know. I don't even know, man. Just, oof. Fat guy eating cheeseburger. Well, they can't really bitch too much, cause there's, some of them do that too. They can't have all the time in the world to do that like we do over here because they're more overworked than we are and shit, but still. I mean, they got some of them too. And besides, I mean, Mexico's beating us on that shit anyway, so they should be like, you know, hitting up Mexico about that. And Saudi Arabia too. There's a lot of them over there that love their Mickey D's. Alright, that was actually kind of cool. Damn. Alright. So we're back to looking cool again. The show became alright again. I swear to God, though, if it does that racial shit again, I'm just gonna be done. I'm just like, no. Alright. Alright, I think they were past the point now. Damn, this bops. And it stops. They don't let a song just like bop. They like let it bop for like a second. They're like, no, new song. It's like, I want the other one. That one was bopping hella. So are they already in this shit? Alright, we're weird, but we're in that traditional Sentai Ranger weird now. We're just back to their weird traditional weirdness. So Cogs? Cog Sentai? Industrial Sentai? 45? Is this around the time where Trump was also president and now they're also like, you know, and Abe's like, yeah, you know, my homeboy or something? Like, I mean, is there like some, like, I could, yeah, that is a 45. Yeah. What? Is this something about the show or is that like, you know, some other like subliminal messaging shit right there? I mean, since I just... okay. Oh, it's a little ship wheel. Okay. I see why it was... Alright. I'm noticing that, like, every one of their weird little guns always has, like, some different thing about it with how they transform that shit, but it's like, okay. I mean, I don't think he has to crank it. I think he could just spin that shit, and I think it'll be fine, but anyway. I haven't watched the modern shows because I heard they weren't easy to watch. They're not. They really aren't. Like, what was that? These are getting really hard. They should have probably stopped the show after a certain point. I think going on for 50 years isn't exactly a great idea. Because these are starting to get hard to keep going with. I mean, we're so close to the end, I'm like, might as well, but like, I feel like I'm watching, like, Spy Kids 3 now. With the CGI. Like, I mean, it's like they also, like, lost some of their budget or something, too. I mean, I guess the end result of that wasn't that bad, but, I mean, just, like, everything else, though. I guess it is a crank thing. Why? Like, why? That's so impractical for a gun, even if it's like, why is it a gun? Like, why? I mean, see, now I'm starting to just question everything. I'm starting to question everything now. I'm starting to get too analytical. Why? What? Oh my god, this is really starting to get difficult. And you know, for such a... I just realized I can make a horrible joke. Hold on. That feeling when you walk up on Shinzo Abe. Oh, I'm just gonna see myself out. I'm horrible. I'm fucking horrible. That feeling when you walk up on Shinzo Abe. YouTube, don't fuck me for that, please. Is this an advertisement now? I feel like I'm being advertised this gun they have. If you like to transform just like one of our Sentai Rangers, you can now do so with one of these guns for $19.95 plus shipping and handling. Here's how it happens. This is how it works. Alright, now I feel like it's starting to get really corporate too, because that just straight felt like an advertisement. That felt like I just watched a Japanese commercial for like a toy or something. Like, honestly, straight up, I just felt like I watched a corporate ad right there. This is starting to get very corporate now. It's all. I think that's why we aren't seeing that blunt racy shit like we did earlier, because now I think corporate is now more involved, and now it's getting more corporate. But, oh my god. I think we're in like 2019, 2020, 21, and like we're kind of around there now at this point. And yeah, I mean, I guess at this rate it would probably definitely be more corporate. Because, oh my god, ugh. This is getting seriously hard. I mean, we're about like a minute away though, so we can chug through the last little bit of these. There's got to be like 2 or 3 more left after this one, so it can't be that many. Well, now they're looking very hardcore cutesy anime-ish a little bit with the CGI, because that just looked like a weird, like, little robo-cutie, like, you know, chibi robo-cat or something. It is! It is like a little chibi cat. What the fuck? I was right. And what is that lengthy, pink, Slender Man-looking demon over there? And oh my god, why is there a blue It's Gorilla? Like, it's Gorilla, but he became blue. Like, holy shit, bro. Like, what is this random cavalcade of nightmares? What happened? Oh my god. They have like a little... what in the fuck is this? Man, oh my god. Yeah, they really ran out of ideas now. Oh my... What the fuck is going on now? What is happening? Did they just finally discover what cocaine was? I think they just realized what coke was, and, you know, and finally got some sent over there, and are just like, alright guys, alright, so now we're gonna do this, and this, and then we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna have this crazy little dude, you know, with his gun, and you going, bam, 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 and then we're gonna have this big cloud that looks drawn in, and then we're gonna, it's like, I think they just finally discovered coke. Like, I mean, they didn't get that 80s, 90s, you know, coke era like we did. I mean, they were a little, like, 20-some years late over there in Japan, but they finally got it, and this is the result of it, apparently. I really feel like they just discovered coke. This feels like a result of coke. A bunch of corporate execs, you know, got together. A few of them have some coke, and they binge out on ideas, and this is what happened. Oh my god, this has to be the last one. Oh my god, they really did discover coke, did they? What is... I guess, like, their CGI developers didn't, because, I mean, like, at least one thing that's somewhat consistent is that their CGI actually does, for the most part, actually improve. But, like, Everything else about this is, at this point, is just like, what in the fuck am I watching? Like, the CGI isn't actually that bad, but I mean, I've seen better. It definitely could be better, but I mean, all in all, it's not like terrible. I think they forgot to get someone with a little bit of acting skill, or at least somebody to help direct. But at least this shit looked at least kind of dope. And this has to be like, why is there 20 more seconds? Because there's one more. I thought we... Oh my god. Well, this is wow. So okay, honestly, the sweet spot I've noticed is like from around here a little bit to probably about maybe around here-ish. Like somewhere around here. Like oh yeah, no, yeah, about right here. Anything beyond like around here, like everything beyond this point is like what the fuck. Everything here is just kind of hardcore cheesiness that I can appreciate. But like, so I'm guessing like what, like early mid 2000s onward. Yeah, beyond that, especially like mid late 2010s to concurrent. Oh my fucking god, what is going on? I feel like I have way more questions and significantly more questions than answers about the show now. And a lot of it just makes me ponder more so about what the fuck are they smoking, snorting, eating? Like what are the producers of this, you know, like consuming now when it comes to substances? Because low-key, where do I find some? Holy shit. Arguably the best intro show. Was it? Miria Sentai Time Ranger opening. Okay. Let's see it. It kind of has like a late 90s vibe to it, more or less. Okay, every Japanese intro, especially from the 90s and early 2000s, has no right to slap like it does, because holy fuck. Dude, that drummer though, what the hell? Honestly, it's more or less it's the music that's really making it slap more than anything. It's like 5 Sentais with an English intro. Timer's one of like 5 Sentais with the English. Ah! Sounds pretty good. I have to at least, check out a couple episodes. See what, all of it all is about. Because, I mean, it definitely looks like a better version of fucking Power Rangers, that's for sure. I mean, it definitely has, like, a lot more weirdness about it, for sure. But, I mean, at least it looks like it actually does legitimately have, like, its moments in the show. Especially, from, from, like, 80s, 90s, 2000s about, but, like, it's, like I said, Especially that racy shit. Like, what the fuck was that? They did it like twice. I'm assuming for probably that episode. And it's just, and then just like, and just like, yeah, we're just not doing it anymore. But yeah, we're just gonna have some blunt racism for like a show or two. It's like, what the fuck? Japan, of course it's gonna be a little weird. Mysterious red glow in the Pacific Ocean. Whoa. 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 Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Aliens, 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 aliens. Lock those dominoes. I have a feeling there's actually an explanation for that. I mean, there's a video on it, I guess. Here, yeah. Is that Satan appearing from in the ocean, Lamal? I mean, no.
From a cockpit 31,000 feet over the North Pacific, a pilot sees and photographs a mystery red glow below. It's a
oh my god, the music though. I mean, honestly, like, if I'm gonna take a random guess, I would assume that they're probably high beam lights that vessels are using. You know, like ships or something like that.
You just crossed over into the
Twilight Zone.
Actually, pilot Dustin Magu told CNN, we had no idea what we were looking at. We were making jokes about being in the middle of some sort of military exercise or some sort of alien invasion. Just the photos and a short video. Made it to the internet. Let the guessing game begin.
Apocalypse.
Undersea
view.
Eruption.
Volcano.
It's a UFO, unidentified floating object, and the most popular theory of all. This is Stranger Things, the eerie series featuring another dimension known as the Upside Down. But the most likely explanation is itself a pretty strange thing. What were those red things?
They were commercial fishing vessels that were fishing for Pacific Sari using very bright red arrays of LED lights.
Oh, so... Okay. I can barely understand what the woman's saying. She's basically... She's just like saying like... You know, like, oh, there's different theories, blah, 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 whatever, but... Essentially, it's, I guess, fishing vessels that are using LED lights and shit like that.
This that attract the mackerel-like fish known as Sari. Someone commented, who's sorry now? You sound very sorry.
Oh my god. Who's sorry now? Oh my god, shut up, internet.
I am.
Neil Jacobs entered the flight's location and date into globalfishingwatch.org and was able to see fishing vessels by name. On the video, you can see what appears to be one vessel turning its red lights on.
And you can...
Oh. Yeah. She's basically saying, like, the pilot later, marked where he was in the flight with like some boat tracking maps and shit, and realized there were a bunch of fishing vessels. And yeah, and even in the video, one of them turns their LED lights on. Jesus' tampon. Today was a heavy flow day for him. Jesus is trans man. Yeah, hey, it was, you know. Oh my god, there's 666 likes on this. Oh, I don't even want to like it because it's on a perfect like ratio. Never knew fish were attracted to red lights. What do fish do in the red lights district? Oh, that's just a floating red-hot ball of rage generated each night by conservatives watching Tucker Carlson. Oh my god, okay, that's a good one. Okay, that's funny. Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious. Okay, I was amused with that one. Swarm of Rodon, heralds of Godzilla. Obviously, the red glow is caused by red dust, also known as the archetype. Humankind cannot gain anything if after sun return to retain some of the vehicle value must be lost. Well, yeah, you have quotations, but don't say who quoted it. Boo! I hate people like that. Okay, I guess that explains why there's some satanic red lights of the, you know, quantified, generated rage ball of all conservatives of America. You know, just popped up in the ocean. It's actually just fishing vessels. That sounds cool. See, I wish conspiracy theories, you know, were true, you know, to some degree, because it's just like, it'd make the world just that much more cooler. Like, what if they were just like, you know, satanic, like, hellway gates or some shit like that opening up? I mean, like, that would be a lot more cooler of a reality than just like, oh, they're just fishing vessels with LED lights. Who makes a peaceful revolution possible makes a violent one inevitable. What's this? State climatologist warns of flash droughts as heat wave fries Oregon, with many parts of Oregon seeing temperatures in above upper 90s and beyond this week. The state climatologist says there will be definite intensifying of existing drought conditions. It's the first major sustained hot spell of the year, with the sun bearing down on areas already suffering historically dry and arid conditions. Leigh O'Neill is an associate professor of Oregon State University and a state climatologist. He told KLCC that when these kinds of heat waves hit in the middle of the to near-end summer, there can be formations known as flash droughts. And a flash drought is basically a rapid drying of any remaining moisture in the soil and plants and just the landscape in general. So those conditions can lead to a quick intensification of drought conditions, and we're monitoring that very closely. Okay. O'Neill says the areas most susceptible to flash droughts are the foothills of the Cascades, then areas of Douglas County, namely Roseburg and down into Medford. The roughly week-long heat wave hitting parts of Oregon could also be one for the record books. O'Neill says not much intensity of temperature is its duration, and that makes these very interesting times. Like this, the forecast to occur over 5 to 6 days and then gradually taper off. If that forecast holds, this will be one of the longest heat waves in the Pacific Northwest in our historical record. Jesus. That amount of drying of the landscape over a week period. So this may be the second consecutive year where we have a historically significant heat wave in the Pacific Northwest, the likes of which we haven't seen before. Yeah, no shit. The heat wave will also worsen drought conditions and increase the risk of human-caused wildfires. People are advised to hydrate and limit the use of fire or machinery that could produce sparks or heat. Simulating abortion laws make them blood boil and make a woman carry fetuses they don't want as criminal. So yeah, no, yeah, that in itself is a no shit. Because if anything, at this point, it's doing more, you know, to harm parents or people that want to have children, you know, or versus, you know, people who don't want to have kids. I think it was a Human Support video, but I could be wrong. But I remember seeing a clip where there's a woman who was trying to get a you know, child going, but unfortunately had a miscarriage and couldn't, you know, have an abortion, you know, to get rid of the dead fetus at that point because of the new laws in Texas. And basically for like 2-something fucking weeks, you know, had to have this, you know, dead baby in her, which was starting to get prone to potential infection and risk, you know, at her own health, and you know, before she could even get approved for it. And every single time she had to go in, she had to also get a fucking like a scan too, you know, like yes, or I think what's it called? Like fucking, like one of those little pregnancy scan test things. I forgot the specific name for it, but like get one of the, and she had to get like one of those every time to basically just, you know, like constantly, you know, be told over and over again. It's like, yep, that's a dead baby. That indeed is a dead baby. Tiny rules on adoption to make it harder for gay parents to adopt. Oh yeah, and I'm sure that does so much better things for the children too. Ultrasound? Yeah, an ultrasound. I don't know why I was blanking on that for like, for a second there, but yeah, ultrasound. Yeah, speaking of which, 2 women's miscarriage turns into a nightmare thanks to Texas anti-abortion law. What the fuck? Dude, YouTube's been doing this now? Context. Abortion health information. I think, honestly, in this case, it is a good thing. But, oh my god.
Last week on the program, we talked about a Texas woman who is now considering leaving the state of Texas due to their draconian anti-abortion laws. Now, she was forced to carry her dead fetus inside of her for 2 weeks after having a miscarriage because doctors in Texas were too terrified to perform a D&C on her because they didn't want to be accused of doing an abortion on a live fetus. Now, what they put her through was they made her get ultrasound after ultrasound, and finally, after the 3rd ultrasound, once they had enough evidence to shield themselves from legal culpability, they performed the D&C on her that was required when women have miscarriages. Now, it's not that the doctors would be safe if they were sued in that event. They'd protect themselves from going to jail, yes, but still, if the Attorney General of Texas, Ken Paxton, decided to sue that doctor and claim that they committed an abortion on a live fetus, well, they would have to spend thousands and thousands of dollars to defend themselves. So even if that evidence with the ultrasounds, multiple ultrasounds, was enough, still, you know, if you're sued with these lawsuits in that state that's going after doctors who do abortions, you still could be destroyed just out of legal fees alone. So
I literally said it's a small price to pay for saving the unborn when I told him this, about the story happening over and over again. Yeah, you should probably say that to their fucking faces. I wonder what they would say to him then. Because, you know, frankly, you know, it's just like, I'm pretty sure they would have some very strong words to say to him about that. It's like, oh, you think I'm just, you know, it's like I'm just, you know, chattel, you know, livestock cattle, you know, small price, you know, to pay, you know, like little means to an end, you know, for you, okay? Oh, all right.
Really bad. Now, there's another woman in Texas who had a similar experience where she wanted to have a baby. She had a miscarriage, but she couldn't get the necessary procedure because the doctors were afraid that they would be accused of doing an abortion on her.
It's like, I mean, is it really a small price to pay to, quote, save the unborn when this is affecting up-and-coming parents who want children? Like, that's not a small price to pay. You literally are, you know, killing the unborn with that fucking logic. So it's just like, it's just beyond ridiculous and stupid, and it just shows how much more of a forced burden scumfuck, you know, these type of psychos tend to be.
She had to wait until she got incredibly sick, to the point where she was sufficiently sick enough to where the doctors would have plausible deniability in the event they were charged with doing an abortion.
Which could have killed her.
So NPR has the story. It was May 10th of 2022. Elizabeth was 18 weeks pregnant. She ate a healthy breakfast, went for a walk outside, and came back home. Elizabeth stood up to get some...
You know, needs to give me 10K or accuse him of performing an abortion on me, cow.
That's when she felt something shift in her uterus down low, and then this burst of water just falls out of my body, and I screamed because that's when I knew something wrong was happening. Her water had broken, launching her into what she calls a dystopian nightmare of physical, emotional, and mental anguish. James rushed home from work, that's her husband, and drove Elizabeth to nearby Woodlands Hospital, part of the Houston Methodist Hospital system. An ultrasound confirmed that she had suffered premature rupture of membranes, which affects about 3% of pregnancies. The facts were grim. At 18 weeks, the watery protective cushion of amniotic fluid was gone. There was still a fetal heartbeat, but it could stop at any moment. Among other risks, both the fetus and Elizabeth were now highly vulnerable to a uterine infection called chorioamnionitis. The OBGYN, who said she could not speak to the media, laid out two options according to Elizabeth. One option was to end the pregnancy. That's called a termination for medical reasons. The other option is called expectant management, in which Elizabeth would stay in the hospital and try to stay pregnant until 24 weeks, which is considered the beginning of viability outside the womb. Outcomes from expectant management vary greatly depending on when the waters break. Later in pregnancy, doctors can try to delay delivery to give the fetus more time to develop, while also warding off infection or other maternal complications such as hemorrhage.
God, I'm just feeling fucking queasy, dude. Just the processes of trying to deal. Oh my fucking god, man. This is just so disgusting to me. Not because of the fact that this shit happens, but the fact that there's not these fucking laws that are in place, that are making it so much more fucking harder for these life-saving type of procedures, even for the kid. Because if these laws weren't in place, there probably would even be a more easier means, to even help, do, pregnancy management, where there could probably, be an ability to try to, protect, the fetus, by, potentially at least doing some form of non-invasive surgery or whatever the fuck. There's, there can be at least, means, within that when you have full right and access to your own bodily autonomy. When there's such restrictions like this and shit, it makes everything like this so much more harder, especially when, pregnancy is already a hard process on the fucking body. So I'm so queased because I know that, pregnancy can be a very fucking hard process. I don't know how bad it can be, when it comes to, the stresses and a lot of the problems that come with it, but I know it can be rough, and I'm, so it's just whatever it is, that makes it easier for women, going for pregnancy shit, the better. That's how I view about it. But, these anti-abortion laws do the exact opposite of that.
Rupture earlier in pregnancy, particularly before 24 weeks, the chance of a fetus surviving plummets. One reason is that amniotic fluid plays a key role in fetal lung development. For a fetus at 18 weeks, the chance of survival in that state is almost non-existent, according to Peaceman. This is a doctor. This is probably about as close to zero as you'll ever get in medicine. Now, at that point, her and her husband had a conversation about what to do, and they really didn't have an option, right? It's the illusion of choice. You can either try to continue with this pregnancy when that poses a threat to your own life, and the chances of the fetus surviving are slim to none. And even if the fetus survives, its quality of life, if it's one day born, is going to be really horrible. So ending the pregnancy was the merciful decision in their eyes. The problem is that there was still fetal cardiac activity, and Texas has a heartbeat ban in place. But there is an exception for medical emergencies. The problem is that the medical emergency exception within Texas's law is ill-defined. So is this sufficiently medical emergency? Because the doctors did present her with an option. You could stay in the hospital for several weeks. So what do? And literally their only option was for her to just wait to get more sick. Wait for the infection to grow. And then she can terminate the pregnancy. That's the only thing that she was able to do. More on this. To Elizabeth, it seemed obvious that things were deteriorating. She had cramps and was passing clots of blood. Her discharge was yellow and smelled weird. But the hospital staff told her that those weren't the right symptoms yet of a growing infection in her uterus. They told her the signs of a more severe infection would include...
Man, fuck these laws, dude. Oh my god.
Fever of 100.4 degrees and chills. Her discharge had to be darker and had to smell foul really bad and...
Oh my god. I'm actually...
Dr. Peaceman at Northwestern, it sounded like the hospital's clinicians were using the most common clinical signs of chorioamnionitis as a guideline. If Elizabeth exhibited enough of them, then it would be possible to document.
It's disgusting when you have to wait for an answer. Yeah, when you're already are having that, it's not bad enough. Yeah, dude, I mean, it just shows how barbaric and, like, goddamn animalistic these fucking cretins are, when they do this shit. Because this is the reality and this is the fucking result. And to be angry and, have vitriol, against these fucking Christian fascist filth bags, I mean, it's 150% cubed squared to the infinite power justified. Because this shit's revolting. And if anything, honestly, it's doing just really more or less, and it pissed me off at the real fucking targets who are enacting this shit.
Infection and therefore terminate the pregnancy under the law's medical emergency clause, he said. Elizabeth found this maddening. Quote, at first, I was really enraged at the hospital and administration, she says. To them, my life was not in danger enough. Their conundrum became painfully, distressingly clear. Wait to get sicker or wait until the fetal heartbeat ceased. Either way, she saw nothing ahead but fear and grief, prolonged, delayed, and amplified. Now, as time went on...
Which is just nothing more but psychological trauma, which, if anything, is probably going to refrain from her ever having really a kid again, because she probably doesn't... Because, at least in the state that she's in, hopefully she'll move somewhere, like, up in Oregon, because literally there's pretty much no restrictions when it comes to abortion rights. If there is any. It's like, yeah, you just have the right to it. There's, like, very little, like, laws that, come into place that, prohibit a woman's choice on that issue. Even when it comes to late term. But late terms are, when it comes to abortions like that, are very, very rare cases and shit, and almost never really happen. Because when you have it just as a very, just straightforward, like, yeah, you have the right and access to it, and just no ifs, ands, or buts about it, then you really don't need, like, a little extra regulation to it, because, at that point, most women are just going to be able to do, like, the morning after pill, or, like, maybe think about it for a week or two and decide, like, do I really want that, and like, yeah, maybe, like, a month or two in, into their pregnancy, they're like, yeah, I decided that, yeah, I'm not fit for, being a parent, and this isn't working out for me. It's just like, that tends to be the case, more so than, oh, I'm just going to wait 8 months and say, fuck it, aborting it. Like, that, like, almost never happens. If it does, it's such a rare fucking exemptionary case that it's irrelevant. Because at that point, it's just an individual that, you could target at that point. Because even for me, I would think that individual is kind of a douchebag. And kind of fucked up, being like, wait, 8 months pregnant, and you decide to, change your mind and abort. It's like, you could have just, waited and done, like, a C-section or natural birth and just adopt a child. But okay, you're kind of a bitch. But, I mean, I wouldn't fucking make a law about it. Because at the end of the day, it's still their fucking choice. I want to have a kid down here, especially a girl who would be treated like breeding stock. Yeah. Frankly, I mean, I would be a lot more, like, if I were to have kids, like, if I were to have a daughter, whether, like, a trans woman or, cis woman, growing up, or, like, a cis girl, or a trans girl, like, I would definitely be honestly, legitimately kind of, like, far more protective, of, my kid, at least when it comes to certain circumstances and shit, because, like, yeah, there's just a fringe minority of the population that legit just views women as nothing more than property and fucking cattle. Honestly, like, if anything less than that. Like, these motherfuckers, like, honestly, the idea that, it's like they're pretty much the equivalent of cattle to their eyes and shit is honestly a little more insulting to the cattle, more so than anything, because, like, even to these motherfuckers' eyes, cattle has a little bit more value and shit, because at least you could harvest their meat and their hide and blah, 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 blah. With a woman, you can't really do that. So, it's just like, like, realistically, they're less valued than, like, livestock and shit. They're nothing more than just a housekeeper fucking, like, incubator, for extra offspring and extra cogs and shit for their fucking slavish, culture of family values. It's just like, it's vehemently repulsive. And, the whole great replacement theory and shit, like, if there's one aspect I, do think is true, it's the whole replacement of that culture, you know, that hyper traditionalist fucking white nationalist Christo fascist culture and shit, that whole WASP, you know, white Anglo-Saxon and Protestant culture. Because, yeah, that ought to be replaced. It's disgusting, repulsive. Like, it should be replaced with, you know, better cultures and better fucking, you know, societal norms and shit. Like, go fuck yourself. Like, I mean, it ought to be greatly replaced. Yes, like, good. Go away. It's like, ugh. Like, I mean, it's another conspiracy I wish was true that the far right like to perpetrate. It's like, it's like, good. Why isn't it happening quicker? Go away, bye. Can it happen quicker? For something so great, it's happening at a very slow pace now, ain't it? Go F myself, I'd rather you do it. Well, when I say, like, go fuck yourself or fuck you and rants like that, you know I'm more referring to the caricature that I'm talking about. Like, I would hope at this point people will understand that. But, like, yeah. But, hey, I mean, yourself or, you know, someone else doing it, I mean, hey, you know, whatever floats your boat. Oh my fucking god. That dog is really like doing this weird flop thing. I don't even know what. My god.
Desperate, there was one moment where she was very sick, and they did an ultrasound, and there was still fetal cardiac activity, so they couldn't end the pregnancy there. So they began to contemplate just leaving the state, because it was so bad that they were...
Yeah, they should.
...worried that it was only going to get worse and further threaten her life, until she felt a huge gush of fluid from her body. And the odor was horrible, as doctors had described, which would sufficiently, you know, indicate that it was an infection. And that's when finally they were able to induce her. And then when she was induced, she just sat there and she bawled her eyes out because she wanted to have a baby. So even if she went through all of this pain, there was still that grief there. But that grief, that pain was prolonged because of Texas's draconian law.
Which is traumatizing and affecting parents and women who want to be parents more or less than, you know, women who don't want to be parents. If I was a woman, I left Texas afterwards anyways. I think they are. Frankly, like the last case with the woman who was holding it for 2 weeks and shit, and there wasn't fetal cardiac activity. With that case, I mean, she already is, you know, from what I remember hearing from that story, she already is going to leave. I mean, and if this couple, especially if they have the financial means and the ability, should do the same. I mean, I don't know what their jobs are, but if they have jobs that, or at least, you know, working companies that also have, you know, job opportunities like in these more abortion-friendly states like Oregon, Cali, or wherever the fuck, they should go there. Like, I mean, straight up. I mean, you know, it's like cost of living might be a little more expensive. They might have to downgrade home-wise and shit a little bit, but, I mean, at least they would actually have a stable life and be able to have the full choice and the full medical access and means and abilities to get the proper treatment when it comes to fucking problems and shit like this. And they don't have to worry about it. Because, like, you know, when that problem happened for the first get-go and shit, you know, it would have just been a moment, you know, grief and sadness, you know, for like a week or two, you know, in a sense, after the immediate fact of having to, you know, do the abortion. And, you know, maybe a year down the line, they try again. You know, it's just like, I mean, that, frankly, is a common thing that happens. And it's just like, you know, because obviously, especially for parents that want to, you know, have a kid, you know, the likelihood to have a miscarriage is legitimately pretty common. You know, and sometimes it happens even before there's, like, full-on, like, fetal development, where it's more or less like a zygote development. You know, a lot of it happens during that process. So it's like you might start pregnant, but then like a week or two later, you know, you have a really heavy period, and you're like, oh, what the fuck? Okay, well, I guess I'm not anymore. Because at that point, that was a miscarriage, essentially. I mean, it's just like there wasn't really anything developed fully yet at that point. I mean, you know, so it's just one of the cases that happens. I mean, that's why, you know, when it comes to, you know, planning with parenting and shit, that comes into consideration. Because, like, obviously, yeah, I mean, it's not every time you know, bareback it or whatever the fuck, you know, you're going to get a woman pregnant or some shit. But you know, even with that likelihood, there's still a chance there's a miscarriage. But even with those circumstances involved, that doesn't mean, you know, oh, well, yeah, it is what it is. You still need to take these things into consideration. That's why, like, sex is such an important thing. Because, like, yeah, those are the cases, but do you really want to go for that extra bullshit? I definitely don't. And I'm not even a woman. And I wouldn't want to go for this extra bullshit. It's just, like, because it's fucking ridiculous. And it's just, like, repulsively fucking barbaric. Especially considering that it's literally doing far more harm to parents who are trying to, you know, have children, more so than the one to the people who aren't trying to be parents. It's like, Well, curious how that works. It's always, you know, it's like weird how like all the policies and all the things that they proclaim to, you know, try to, you know, advocate for actually harm, you know, people that, you know, are trying to do shit like that. Like, oh, you know, it's like that, you know. That abortion stuff, that's actually horrible and reprehensible. We're trying to protect the unborn. All right, well, it's like, what about the parents who are trying to, like, to, you know, have kids and shit? Well, it seems like they're actually having a lot more problems because of this type of legislation, more so than the people not trying to have kids. You know, so it's just, like, odd how that works. Well, I actually saw on my giant freeze peaches. That's why you gotta, like, man spread a little bit, bro.
But I think that her words are more important. Here's what she says about it. She places the blame for the ensuing medical trauma on the Republican legislatures who passed the state's anti-abortion law, on Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who signed it, and on the inflamed political rhetoric which Elizabeth says only sees abortion as one thing, a black and white issue, when abortion has all these gray areas. When Roe v. Wade fell in June, Elizabeth's pain and anger surged up again. Quote, you know, they paint this woman into being this individual that doesn't care about her life, doesn't care about the life of the children she creates or whatever, and she just recklessly and negligently goes out and gets abortions all willy-nilly, left and right, she says. Quote, abortions are sometimes needed out of an act of an emergency, out of an act of saving a woman's life, or hell, it shouldn't even get to the point where you're having to save a woman's life. But that's where we're at in some states.
I mean, honestly, like, I mean, when you have to get to the point where it's like life or death scenario and shit just for trying to, like, you know, procreate life yourself because you're trying to, like, plan a child and shit, that like, that's a fundamental problem of the, you know, laws of how, like, you know, of the access of the autonomy of a woman's right when it comes to her medical autonomy, because this is fundamentally a part of it. I mean, like, it really shouldn't have to come to that type of case. Like, it's, you know, it should be like a very rare case where it's like all, you know, when it comes to like a medical emergency scenario. Because it happens, and sometimes it does happen pretty abruptly and shit. But it shouldn't but, you know, in a lot of cases, that usually never ends up being like a life or fucking death scenario and shit. But, you know, at least in the states that actually have legal autonomy of for abortion rights for women. Like in Oregon, or like pretty much the entire West Coast, frankly. Like, I mean, even if there is like maybe here and there some exceptionary restrictive cases and shit, there's like pretty much fundamentally like, yeah, if you need an abortion or you want one, you got it, type of shit. Willy-nilly getting abortions as a way to being out of a parent. He says he's one of those stats, if you say you have sex, you should be prepared to have kids. Bullshit. Like, if you want to be prepared to have kids, then plan for having children. That doesn't mean like, oh, every time I fuck, I should plan on having kids. No. Like, every time I'm in a relationship that I get a little sexy with and stuff, I should plan having kids with this person. No. Like, that should be a separate thing. Like, if you want to plan on having children with someone, then you plan on having children with somebody. You know, and you want to, you know, like, have a whole cohesive long-term type of commitment, you know, set up for something like that. Just like, you know, having, you know, like a little bit of a fuck session or something like that, or getting intimate with your partner, like, no. It's ridiculous. Like, I mean, frankly, there probably wouldn't be women or girls out there getting abortions left and right and shit, you know, if there wasn't, you know, such restrictions on things like morning after pills, certain contraception. It's such a hyper culture of repressing sexual education and shit. Maybe that wouldn't be such a strong, you know, thing going on, or such a commonplace thing if there was more of that. Like most people I've had sex with, I want kids with now. I mean, at least for me, like, least most of my sexual encounters, I couldn't, at least for me. But yeah, even, for the ones that, even for, like the women I've had such encounters, it's like, no, yeah, like, I mean, I wouldn't want to have kids with them. It's nothing against them, it's just that it just wouldn't work. I accidentally knocked anyone up, honestly, yeah. I guess that's one thing about, not having too many people I fucked and shit, is that I don't really have to worry about that. It's like, I hope I didn't actually knock up any one of my past sex partners. It's like, there's only, like, I gotta count them on in my hand, and I know for a fact none of them have. So, yeah. At least I'm pretty good about that. If I didn't live in Alabama. Alabama. Out here in Alabama, we don't even allow sex unless you want children. Fucking disgusting, dude. Man, these type of like hyper puritanistic far right motherfuckers for sure, just like so really vehemently barbarically repulsive. Like, and just when it comes to these type of hyper restrictive ideas, when it comes to just like a woman's right, to their own bodily autonomy, let alone just the right to choose. Because as far as I'm concerned, everybody should have, like, total autonomy of their own body and shit. And whatever they decide to do with that, with them and their doctor is between them, when it comes to that shit. As far as I'm concerned. And that includes women and their pregnancies, or maybe lack thereof.
Forced to literally roll the dice with their life in order to qualify legally for an abortion. And even if they qualify, a doctor might not necessarily feel comfortable administering that procedure, so they force that woman to get ultrasound after ultrasound, as we learned about another woman with her experience.
The problem balkanizing the states here is unoccurring left down here, it would be leaving and die in a fascist camp. Well, if there was like a period of like, like a time period, like a 6-month time period or some shit where it's like, hey, before, the, secession begins or some shit, you have, like, you can, like, sign up, be like, hey, I'm leaving here to move up here because I don't want to be over here when, shit splits or whatever, and be able to, become, like, naturalized citizen AMC, to the other side, so to speak, or some shit. Like, at least in my hypothetical idea, I would leave, like, a time period, including for, the far conservative nutballed chunk of fucks, too, to go over to the South or whatever. It's just like, let it be, like, a both sides, a transitionary phase and shit. And if people don't, don't make it, like, some financial burden thing, that's why the whole sign-up part is like, alright, well, at the very least, you'll get the equivocal financially to, over here to at least, keep yourself somewhat stable and shit. So if, like, you were having an apartment, like, in fucking Houston or some shit, then you would have an apartment, of the equivalent somewhere, in, like, Oregon or fucking New York or some shit. Or vice versa, or versi vice.
It's so barbaric. It's morally reprehensible. And personally, Elizabeth wouldn't get an abortion. She's pro-choice. She thinks that women should have the ability to control their own reproductive rights. But before this, she said she would never get an abortion. But I mean, in these instances where the life of the mother is in danger, of course that should be necessary. So she, in principle, agrees with the pro-lifers, right? The people who don't think you should get abortions as a form of contraception, but yet, because of this draconian...
Because, I tend to agree with that, just because, like, but it really is on the emphasis of the sexual education part of it, where, where you also have easy accessibility to contraception and the education of them. It's, because then you are at least having, more easier access and being more knowledgeable, or at least educating the populace to be more knowledgeable of what those are and seek those out instead of just oh, got knocked up, better get an abortion. It's like, yeah. I mean, because there's other steps to prohibit that. It's like, because at least for me, it's more or less, make it easier to yourself and just have the condom on or some shit, or get the spermicide or whatever the fuck. It's just, it's easier to just, not worry about doing the extra steps and shit, you know what I mean? Because, I mean, in order to get the whole abortion process, you have to go to the clinic, set up a date and, and all that and yada yada. Like, it's a whole medical process. So, I mean, there's going to be a whole big old procedural thing to it. So it's just like, why just put yourself through that? You know what I mean? It's more on that logic, more so than like, gotta protect the unborn. Because, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, fuck that. But it's just like, just make it easier for yourself.
I think people who even want to have pregnancies, who want to have babies, who end up having miscarriages, unfortunately. And now, because of this experience, they've
conservatives act like abortion is a good anti-candy to anyone who wants them, regardless how deep into the pregnancy they are. Yeah, I mean, for real. They act like we would abort a baby 5 minutes before it's born. I mean, and even if that's the case, they're basically doing like an early birth at that rate. I mean, which I think it's like what technically like some late-term abortions are. It's like because the baby's still alive. I mean, and can be alive at that point. It's more or less not necessarily like a, some cases. I mean, the procedure is an abortionary type of procedure, but the same thing can be done to kind of like let a child be born early in a sense. So it like because there's cases where like a baby like maybe 6, 7, 8 months in. I think like the earliest case ever was like 4.5 something months in, being born early and the baby living. So it's like an early birth isn't necessarily like, oh well, abortion or like whatever the fuck. But sometimes the procedures for that are also similar procedures that would be abortionary as well. Like when it comes to it. That's why even in those cases, like it's prohibitive and being more restrictive because like. I mean, there's like a lot of like medicines or procedures that doctors, can do for women and shit when it comes to their own bodily autonomy get restricted because it also either similar medicine that's used for, doing abortions or for procedures for doing them too. It's like, what? But it's just how far, they're wanting to drag the shit back, which is why, like, the whole precedent being set, just let dad was just, like, the biggest fucking, like, drawback in, whatever progress was being made in this fucking country in, frankly, a long time. And we've been going back on a lot of different things for a while. As 2.5 months early, she didn't develop all the way her right ear, so she's have to have inhale mental issues. Oof. I mean, I know that, like, people that do have early births, don't necessarily mean that they're not going to be, like, totally undeveloped, because they can still, like, especially if they're taken care of properly, can still be properly and fully developed, but, yeah, like, it's not always the case. I actually really don't know what, like, the data would be about that. I'm sure there is, like, some data, like, on that type of shit, like, babies who are born early versus ones, who are fully developed. I would imagine there probably is. I mean, just, like, this whole broader, discussion of it just shows how, like, nuanced, this type of shit is when it comes to just, fundamentally just the woman's right to choose with this stuff. I mean, it's just, like, which is why it should just be fundamentally, like between a woman and her doctor, and that's that. It should just be like, I mean, just like how organs law is on abortion. It's like, yeah, full stop. You have the right to access to it. They don't even have like, yeah, you can't get one after like 6 months or some shit. Like they don't have we don't have a law like that over here. I mean, it's not even like shit like that. It's just like full stop. I mean, it really should just be like that because, frankly, like I said, even like late-term abortions rarely ever fucking happen. And even so, they're very exceptionary cases that are pretty much outside of statistical norms. So really, it's kind of irrelevant. Because usually most late-term abortions are either medical emergencies due to the life of the mother or the baby or both. Have you seen how David Rubin is being put through by his conservative quote allies? Yep. Seen a lot of that shit.
they one day want to try again to have a child, now they're not going to do it in the near future. They're waiting. So we have this situation where women who want to have babies are getting miscarriages, and then they're experiencing a terrible situation in the state of Texas where they can't get access to the procedure needed because doctors are afraid that they'll be charged with doing an abortion, and so these women now decide to just not have babies. This is what the pro-life movement is doing. This is what the forced birther movement is doing. These people are completely ignorant to medical procedures. People like Greg Abbott are ignorant to the facts of pregnancies. They don't know the first thing about what it means to be pregnant, what a miscarriage entails, and what removing the fetus after a woman miscarries entails. They're so ignorant. We have men...
And oh my god, Ted Cruz is in the background. Gross. And I love how there's only one woman in this picture here, where you got a bunch of fucking... Actually, I think this is during the Uvalde thing here, but... Like, I just love how, you know, you have, like, all these, like, old white fucks, you know, all dudes, curiously enough, you know, trying to do, like, these dictatorial edicts on, like, you know, the bodily autonomy of women and what, what's good and what isn't good, you know, for their own personal choice on that one, yeah. Us old, you know, aristocratic, mummified-looking white dudes, you know, it's like, we definitely know, you know, what's the best interest of a woman, 100%. Totally not draconian, backwards ass, fucking psychopathic, and reprehensible fucking savages, but you know, yeah.
Of women when they are completely out of their league. They have no idea, but they just superimpose their own values on everyone and force them to live based on...
Marjorie's face is more punchable than Ted's. It's not that hot of a take, but I would say it's a debatable take.
Evangelical fundamentalist beliefs. It's infuriating, but I think that these stories are really important, and I feel inclined as an ally to share them. Because this isn't going to be the last story, it's not the first story, these stories will continue to happen. It's not just...
We're going to also hear cases of, like, women who also want to have children, and these cases happen, but they don't live because of these laws.
Who are affected by this. Women who have miscarriages, where doctors are afraid to do a DNC and remove the dead fetus because they don't want to be charged, are also part of this story as well. It's a really broad picture. It's not just black and white, as Elizabeth eloquently stated. So these stories are important, and I will continue to share them.
Bang an ancient turtle in the face of Mitch McConnell. What, go? It's gorilla style and just like face fuck Little Pump to death, but it's Mitch McConnell as a turtle. Kind of see what my boy was posting on that Telegram. Hold on. Something about dollar coins. What are these? What are these, my dude? Holy shit! These are huge. Oh my god, how old are these? Whoa, look at these. Oh man, these look good. These might. How old? Huh. They don't say on here. Do they say on the next one? Whoa, 1976? Yo, I'm gonna, like, actually hit him up and tell him to save those. Are you a secret right winger? Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, we're totally right wing up in our Telegram in here. Yeah, like with our Trader Joe's finally getting their first union, you know what I mean? Yeah, like, yeah, we're so fucking far right in here. Yeah, so far right, yeah. Which actually, that first union was in Hadley, Massachusetts. Voted 45-31. So now they got the Trader Joe's United. Dude, that's based, honestly, not even gonna lie. Because there's some Trader Joe's around here, and honestly, it's just like, I'd definitely love to see that happen around here. And frankly, with these new unions popping up, with like the Amazon Union, Starbucks, United, Trader Joe's United, like they should all like, you know, kind of formulate, you know, a national union kind of similar, you know, to what like the AFL or CIO is. And just basically be a far more aggressive and more radically militant labor version of what they are, basically. And also without the baggage, because the AFL's kind of got baggage historically when it comes to, you know, some of the banana wars and things like that. I mean, it's definitely one aspect about, you know, the labor history where it's just like, eh. Yeah, who was on the 1976 $1 coins? Is that Eisenhower? Still kind of looking at these. Is that Eisenhower or is that supposed to be somebody else? I think that's Eisenhower. It looks like it. I don't know who else it would be. Looks like old Ike. You know, here, I'll look it up. No. Come on, don't be dumb. There we go. 1976 dollar coin value. Wow, Google. What the fuck? Ooh. Holy fuck, they're actually... Ooh, they're actually kind of worth a little something, something. Ah, no. You son of a bitch. Get out of here, random thing that takes out my screens. Here we go. There we go. I'm just writing to him to be like, keep them and exchange them. Hold on. The random little pitter patters of me typing. Well, they're saying 1976 Kennedy. Oh, my homeboy actually did bottom out because he thought they looked cool. Sweet. So he did keep them. I might give him like a couple bucks or some shit like that, you know, for or like maybe $10 or something like that, you know, to let me have one. Be like, hey, want to hook me up for my little collection of vintage money? My actually most recent one is this 1995 20 that I got in here. Looks like this. It's a little different than other ones I've seen. I don't know how much this would be worth. It's not like obviously in the best condition, so it'll probably be worth a little less than what it probably would be normally. I mean, even though this one is a little banged up, this 1934 Series C $10 bill will definitely be worth like a hella decent amount. A lot of wheat pennies. Damn. And I got this, what year is this? Oh, this is my 1928 $2 bill. This sucker. And I have a bunch of other $20 bills in here too, or $2 bills as well. From 2013, 2017 Series A, 1976, and I have a 1977 50. This fancy little sucker. Unfortunately, it's been a little devalued because there's a weird little mark on it that looks like someone tried to draw dick and balls on. So, fuck whoever did that. Devalued a pretty decent looking 50. 2013, 27. Oh yeah, these are all my twos. 1990 100. And then, yeah, two 1990 100s in there too. Still make $2 bills. Yeah. Actually, let me organize all that. And I have a bunch of old currency in there too. Like when it comes to coins and shit. 2010 2. And all my other twos. Bada bing, bada bing. And I can just take all of these out here real quick. Put them right there. And slide these nice gently in here. I feel like, you know, at a certain point, I could probably make like a collection, or like kind of like a pack, so to speak. Like maybe collect enough bills and coins from like the 70s, 80s, 50s, and so on and so forth, and have like a little value pack thing. And honestly, maybe like have them bid on eBay or some shit. I probably could make a decent fucking amount of money, you know, doing some shit like that. Libertarian told me fiat currency is nothing but burn material when the power goes out for good, Lamau. I mean, not really. I mean, I guess in its current format. Wait, my friend Stefan is saying Kennedy ones. Kennedys are the $50 coins. Hold on, I'm telling him that. He goofed. Because I have like a 1976 $50 coin right here. $50, see? And this is a 1976 Kennedy one. I'll tell him that. Could checkmate his ass. I also have a 1968 $50 coin. This one is probably worth some shit. In fact, I want to look it up specifically about this one. I want to see how much this would be worth by itself. 1968. $50 coin value. The dollar increased to 6.4 in uncirculated and 19 in uncirculated. MS60 or MS65. How would you even fucking figure that out on this? Mid-mark variety. What? Okay. The 1968D $50 is worth around 6 cylinders, so not as much. But I'm finding them online for like ridiculous amount of money though. So I'm guessing that, you know, if they're in like hella mint condition. Oh, there's a coin tracker. What if I track this coin? Is there a way to do that? How would you even do that? I have no idea. You know what? Here, let me go on that website. I want to see. Let's see. How do you do that? Or is it just like a value tracker thing? Estimates value. Okay, yeah, it is. Average condition to be worth $1, while mint state could be valued around 16. Okay. Well, it's not the worst condition, but I could clean it up and actually it'll be pretty decent. Mint mark D, read, yeah, okay. What about these other coins? I have this old ass $1 coin from 1979, which it has a, I don't know who, but it has this chick on it. Which I think this would probably be worth a little something, because it has the eagle landing on the moon and shit. So I'm thinking this would probably actually be worth a little something. You know, here, let me look this one up. 1979. Probably not a lot, just because it's just an individual coin, but dollar coin, specifically the coin value. Let's see. Yeah, not a lot. Wait, is it the rimmed edge ones? No, it doesn't look like it. Most $79 coins are worth only face value, just $1 around. Two of those coins, $1 $2 for those coins that look nearly perfect to the unaided eye was expected to. Okay, some other random shit. Worst week at Arby's, I hate it. Well, it is an Arby's after all. I mean, it isn't exactly going to be, you know, anything great by any means. Oh, this is 2021. It ain't going to be worth much at all. Let's see what other wear coins I might have in here. Yeah, it's also 79. That's 2,000. That won't be worth much. At least right now. Some of these I've just kind of collected because they kind of look cool. Not because of really any value aspect to them. Now this one, it has James Buchanan on it for some reason. I want to see what year this was. What year is this? On the side of it? 2010. And it's the president that is so forgettable. Yeah, but most of the coins in here are actually more or less like quarters that I've kind of kept because they look kind of cool. Because of the backs of them and shit. But there's a few things in there that I think over time, especially if kind of in a pack, you know, like we're in a set, would actually probably be worth a decent amount. Armies, we have the mates. The mates were slowly but surely, you know, it's just like even the workers, you know, basically their brains become nothing but just the savior meats. That's actually what the meats are. It's the spent workers where they're, you know, where the brains get sucked out and processed into different Arby's meats. It sounds like a horrifying dystopian process. I feel like would not be far off in like the next 100 years if reality kept trekking the way it was without anything happening again to criticize it or fight back against it. I mean, oh god. So I guess the lady who's on the dollar coin is Susan B. Anthony. I recognize that name. What was she about again? Oh, she was a women's rights activist. Okay. Quick family committed social equality. She collected anti-slavery petitions at the age of 17. Cool. Known for women's rights, women's suffrage. Okay. Dope. Aligned in the 1990s, my Arby's manager go fucked on the counter. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Wow. See, when you're in a fast food workplace, I mean, there really is no shame. Like, there really isn't. Let's see what Susan B. Anthony's views are. Oh, Susan B. Anthony's view on abortion. Susan showed little interest in the topic of abortion. Ann Gordon, who led the Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony Papers Project, an undertaking to collect and document materials written by those two co-workers, said that Anthony never voiced an opinion about sanctity of fetal life, and she never voiced an opinion about using the power of the state to require that pregnancies ought to be brought to term. So she was indifferent with it. Lynn Scher, author of a biography of Susan B. Anthony, said that Anthony never stated her views on abortion, saying, I looked desperate for some kind of evidence one way or the other as to what her position was. It just wasn't there. So she really did not have any position to it. I heard it on the headset, like no other, like other incel shit too. Oh my god. Speaking of fast food passes about when I don't understand why they have trouble finding employees at maxing of $11 an hour. Max? Oh yeah, like maximum $11 an hour. Yep. Yeah, I bet the workers are coming in swarms to get hired. Dude, I'd literally piss on their fucking sign if I saw that. Especially with my wage. I'd literally piss on it. Be like, no, fuck you. You really think this is worth anything besides the piss that comes out of my body? The old KFC put out an ad that basically says if we can't find anyone to work at 10 an hour, we'll shut down. Good. Let them shut down. I'd honestly encourage the workers to just leave and let it shut down quicker. Like, let them have a mass walkout. So we managed to piss on it, that'd be impressive. Oh yeah, it's one of those fucking signs that stick away the fuck up there. Well, when there's a will, there's a way. KFC is nasty anyway, so no real loss. Yeah, for real. There is no loss to that. See what other stuff is. Okay, not too much. Activism. She was also a Tempers movement. So she was like a pro, you know, alcohol prohibition law peddler. Well, I mean, considering how, like, you know, back in the day things were when it came to drinking and working conditions and shit, I mean, I really don't blame her. I mean, especially with, like, this one lady, I forgot what her name was, but she literally would take, like, a hammer, just go to bars and just smash the fuck out of everything, and just be such a rabble-rousy, like, loudmouth asshole about everything, that like no one really wanted to like deal with her because the whole decorum of like hitting a woman was so bad that she used that to her advantage. She'd be like, you would never hit a woman while having a hammer around, smashing shit, smashing beer kegs and shit. I'm like, well, I don't like your overall movement, but I mean, in the sense of like going against alcohol instead of more of the core roots of the problem. But you know what? Based. I mean, I do find that where you're just like, no fucks given, just gonna go radical with it. Because she never really went after people specifically unless they tried to like put their hands on her. But like, she was always trying to go after like the beer kegs and just the bars and shit like that. Got arrested a bunch, just random shit. Like, I might disagree with some of the overall aspects of it, but I mean, there's some fun, cool little things about it that, you know, especially considering, you know, the circumstances at the time were definitely very pivotal and very, you know, needed really in a lot of ways. Local Master restaurant's pretty base, starting at $16 an hour, and the food is hell expensive. Dude, just encourage the people working at that KFC to go there. Obviously, not every single one of them will be able to, but I mean, especially if they, you know, want to get more than $10 an hour or less, then hell yeah, dude. I mean, work a little harder and get a lot more pay and shit. You know, that's such a better outcome. Twins. Aww. That's when the cat disappeared a week ago. I found him and brought him home today. My cat came back, and now I have two identical cats. Oh my god. What the hell? Oh my god. Dude, they literally are identical. Holy shit. It's so cute. Wait, I'm noticing a slight difference. I don't know which one is his, but this cat has more rounded ears. These ones are just ever so slightly more pointy. And I think this cat's whiskers are a lot more like white. Well, I think, you know, some of this cat's whiskers might have, you know, some other color to it too. And also it has more, this cat has more side whiskers, and this cat doesn't as much. There are, like, very minute differences, so I don't blame this person for mistaking these two cats, because they pretty much are identical. It's mostly in, like, their ears and whiskers. Like, it's so, like, because they're so identical that, like, the differences are very subtle. White spot on a lip. Oh, you're right! Yeah, there is a white spot on a lip. I didn't even see that right off the bat. I wasn't even noticing that until you just said it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and this cat has, like, a little spot on top of the nose. Yeah, I mean, they're very, very tiny differences, but yeah. I mean, there is a little bit. But all in all, I mean, they might be from the same litter. That's probably why. If anything, they might be the same litter. Or the same parents. Kind of like how, you know, my friend has two of Zukov's older siblings. Where it's Vito and Jazzy. Like, I mean, they're... Like, Vito and Zukov almost look identical, but there are differences, mainly in their body and mainly in Zukov's ears and this little white tuft he has on his chest. Because Jazzy has, like, a little white tuft on her, and, you know, Vito doesn't. So he has, like, some more recessive traits in comparison to Vito, his older brother, but looks pretty close to him. They're not, like, identical, so to speak, but... I mean, just because they are that similar and shit, it shows, you know, similarities. Just because they have the same parents and shit. So, it's probably the case with those cats. Either the same parents or the same litter. But they just look so cute! They're just so adorable. What's this? August. Six-spot uprising and streaming. No shit, TJ.
Hey everybody, I would be remiss if I didn't start off today's video by letting everybody know that me and Scotty, my brother Scotty, will be doing an exclusive Fighting Boys stream on Patreon tonight. If you want to see that, the Patreon
I might have to.
Link is down in that description below.
Wait, is that what that little, I see a Patreon notification up there in my little notification bar. I'm wondering if that's it.
On my last video, I accidentally had a robot voice filter on the whole thing. Guess it.
Yes, you did.
It's At least less embarrassing than the time I uploaded a video with no sound at all.
Oh my god, that was, I think that was even just as perfect. I'm down to watch Ignar fighting some boys. I thought you were about to say watch Ignar watch fighting boys. I'm like, the fuck I am.
I was criticizing with no sound for like 3 minutes before my stupid ass finally looked at the chat and realized I was screwing up. But then I just uploaded it anyway, because like, whatever. You know, all these incidents happened within the last month, by the way, which I guess is kind of the trouble with the idea of posting a video every day. Oftentimes, the first thing to go, quality control, right? Which, you know, I never really had very strong quality control in the first place. I've always been kind of the mindset. I've always been like sort of the dude, I'd rather be like pretty good and really quick rather than really good and pretty quick, you know? And the idea of like working, like these YouTubers who spend like these inordinately long times working on a video, you know, it's like, oh, I've been working on this video for months, like that. So far beyond what I am capable of. It's not like my
honestly, I couldn't even do that. Like, I mean, I'm assuming there's like days, you know, that there is no editing going on and shit like that, but still, like, oh my god.
Never last that long for a particular project, at least not a video project. You know, I would get bored with it so quick, and I'd just be like, I'm done with this. I have to get, when I have a video idea, I gotta get it out quick because my interest will wane quicker than I could possibly make it otherwise. So all of these, you know, that's another thing. A month ago, I challenged myself to put out a video every single day in July. It's been about a month now, so we're on the 29th. So, you know, no matter what, even if I was busy, even if there was a lot of other stuff going on that day, but, you know, it's the 29th, so I pretty much consider the task done. You know, like, we have 2 more days to go, 30th and 31st, but, you know, unless I die or something, I'm pretty sure I got this in the bag. So, what about next month, right? What about August? So, should I continue to post a video every day? I put a poll on my Twitter. That seemed to be the most popular option on the poll, but I don't really think that's what I want to do. So,
well, unsubscribe. I'm done with you now. Done. Wow. Well, time to revolt. We're going on strike, TJ.
I've already conquered it. I've already proved I can post a video every day. You know, I've proven that to myself. I've proven that to you. I've proven that to every fucking buddy. Maybe they weren't all masterpieces. I think most of them were pretty fucking solid, though. So here's my new goal. So I do have...
I mean, that video where you were totally silent is the best video that you made. Very pointed stuff there.
2,989 words of a novel called Sexbot Uprising written. I started writing the thing over a year ago, and I ended up scrapping the entire first draft when I realized that my approach to the material was just like totally wrong. And that draft was like 50,000 words itself, so that was cool. That was hard to do. It was really hard to just be like, this doesn't work, and give up. Well, not give up, but just like scrap it and start over from scratch. So I think the final draft of this book, that currently stands at 52,989 words, is going to
should have made it black and white with the word cards popping up. Oh, he should have.
100,000 to 200,000 words.
With like that little like ragtime like. You know, just that ragtime shit going on.
Longer, could be shorter. Really, I just don't know yet. Just depends on, you know,
Banana Uprisings. That's going to be probably like the 3rd entry or something.
Needs to happen, but I don't know how long it's going to take to do it properly. And I also don't know how much of what I currently
But it wouldn't be called the Banana Uprisings. It'll be likely called like the Banana Revolts or something.
Can be sort of truncated, boiled down, you know, etc. That's all stuff that's going to happen in revisions. But I would like to have 100,000 words of the first draft completed by the end of August, which means I need about 1,500 words a day.
We must dismantle the devices of oppression.
That's not going to be doable. Some days I know it's going to be 500 words a day, so that means other days it needs to be like, you know, 2,000 or 3,000, because some days are less busy than others. Now, I don't want to leave you guys high and dry during this time, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to aim to stream on this channel 2 to 3 times per week for a couple hours of stream. A lot of times, honestly, it's going to be late at night. They're going to be late night streams, and you'll probably have to
That'll be great for me, because then I get off work. and then we can just kind of chill. Or it'll be while I'm about to close up shop and I can have my earbuds in, no one gives a fuck because we're closed, and I can just kind of listen to tune in and maybe send a super chat every now and then. Yeah.
Because I know, like, not a lot of you are up at, like, 2 in the morning, but them...
I am.
breaks. That's my schedule. I don't know what to tell you. So these streams are sometimes going to be topic-driven, but mostly I think they're going to be kind of like loose hangouts where I just kind of, like, vibe with the chat and kind of like bring a chill energy to the cosmos, you know what I mean?
Is Paul gonna do that some more? I know, I considering he's in California, I know that the heat's probably unbearable, but it's just like, I miss you, Paul. Tears on the eyes.
Some guests and stuff, but I'm bad at arranging stuff with guests. I mean, I just like...
He's really emphasizing on the less is more, I guess.
You know, hey, how about this day? And then the day comes and goes, and I never even reached out to him. I'm like, fuck, I'm so bad at this. But, you know, the entire time I've been working on my novel, I feel like I've made it the last priority. It's like, you know, gotta do this, gotta do this, gotta do this, gotta do this, gotta do this. And if there's time, I'm gonna work on my book. And, you know, it's just like, that's not yielding fast enough results for me. So from, at least in the month of August, I'm going to try to make the book the first priority. And the other people in my life, they're just gonna have to adjust to that, you know? Because I'm tired of backburnering my shit for other people. They've taken enough of my time and energy. Now it's my turn to do what I want to do. And what I want to do is I want to write a sex and violence-filled science fiction novel about sex bots rising up, killing their masters, and determining their own destiny.
I love it.
And I want there to be, like, you know, is this the beep or is the beep? Beep, yeah. I need a beep ready. Because I have one that I don't want you guys to know, but I'm still going to say it. I want it to have cat boys and mysterious godlike beings and thinly veiled attacks on YouTubers I don't like. And I also want it to have... So, they want to spoil.
I wonder what he was saying. I wonder what, like, with a lot of that I wonder what's going on there.
Through my lips, you can try, I guess. Anyway, that's my August plan. And of course, none of my other ventures will be affected by this. I'm still gonna do the, you know, Fighting Boys and the, you know, Deep Fat Fried and all that. But, you know, if you guys want to, I probably won't be doing TG Does Life, I guess, because that was this kind of the channel where I streamed. And in the month of August, I think I'm just gonna stream here. So yeah, that'll be the only one that you probably won't see anything on. But it wasn't really super active right now anyway. But if that plan changes and I decide I'm going to stream over there instead or something like that, I'll let you guys know. But that's it for today. See you tomorrow, where we'll do some, you know, we'll have like a more topic-driven video tomorrow. I'm sure it's not just going to be like me, you know, blowing a bunch of smoke up my own ass and talk about how great I am and stuff. But
oh yeah,
you know, those are my
such vigorous content. So such a very, like, politically poignant, you know, needed position of our times. You know,
by, you know, other people. Maybe. they want something a little bit more worldly. Anyway, love you guys. Peace out.
He doesn't say it all the way anymore. He doesn't say it all the way anymore. I guess because YouTube's kind of shitty about it anyway. But, There we go. Anyway, what was that little picture of it? Oh yeah, it is. I guess technically it is live now. Just started. If the whole 9:30 thing is correct. But I'll catch that a little later. I can watch it after just now. Wait, what's this? Hold up. Gritty. Be sure this is the beginning of a horror movie. Dead spiders reanimated and Texas lab to become necrobotics grabbers. What? Necrobotic grippers capable of lifting items that weigh more 100 times their own body weight. What the fuck? Why? Oh my god, there's a meme of this already. Should have never clicked yes, checked yes to be an organ donor. Now my corpse is a necrobotic claw. What the fuck? Okay, I gotta save that. That's just too good. Damn. Oh, I love it. I also saw something here, too. What's this? Fairman grows lead as Oz is caught on vacation. Oh my god. I'm on vacation with my snake oil peddling, profit money, while an actual human being is out there being a human being. Go figure. I just realized I'm gonna need to get more tea, goddammit. I'm gonna have to go outside. I don't wanna do that. I don't want to succumb myself to that death. I was out there a little bit just to water down my yard a little bit, and oh my god, just doing that already made me feel exhaustive. But I'm not gonna lie though, with John Furman, it's like I kind of hope that he has a position to where he could potentially like run for president in the near future, because I'm not gonna lie, like, I would fucking love him to, like, run for that shit. Especially when it comes to a lot of, like, the actual needs of, like, what, most Americans are wanting and shit. He seems to be, like, one of the crazy outcasts that happen to just, like, I don't know, listen to what the fuck people want and is willing to actually, like, walk the walk as much as talk it, to actually, I don't know, advocate for their, for their wants and needs. It's just, I mean, it's almost like it's a new, groundbreaking, innovative thing. Yeah, it's like the shovel. Yeah. Terrible idea. Let's do it. I mean, the whole Necrobot thing. I mean, I don't know about that one. I'm for tech in all sorts of ways, but I'm pretty sure we have different ways of having things besides zombified spiders. We're Snake Oil Shore Jersey boys fucking going on vacation while trying to run for Senate, apparently, in Pennsylvania. Tell my boys so much more happier. Giving a nice little, like, long, like, 3 or 4 different, like, little soapy scrub treatments of, like, this little, like, anti-flea, like, oatmeal-based, like, shampoo stuff. And, like, once he, like, finishes his little baths, he goes fucking psycho. Like, one of these days I'm gonna have to record him, because he, like, as soon as I open that bathroom door, he just, like, he can't even control his feet underneath him. He will just, like, just sliding around everywhere, feet sprawling, just trying to, like, run and bolt everywhere and just go, like, it's ridiculous. Like, it's like, having a little baffy sister looking miserable. Once I get him out and dry him off and get him all nice and dry and happy and stuff, he gets this, like, look of, like, and just goes insane. I mean, it's still got, like, a couple, but, like, holy shit, like, I could tell he definitely feels so much better. In a couple days, I'll give him another one, though, but, I mean, that's kind of the problem with, like, some years and shit. Like, there are just, like, some bad flea issues and shit. Like, sometimes if there's only, like, a couple, they can be pretty self-managing, because there isn't enough to, like, grow so much, but some years they tend to really populate a lot. I'm pretty sure I cut off like multiple hundreds of generations too, because there was also a lot of those fat bastards just like bleh, 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 bleh. There's something oddly satisfying of watching them all just like and go down the drain. It's one of those oddly satisfying vibes. It's like, yeah, fuck you. Drown, bitch. Drown in chemicals and water. You motherfucker. At this point, Zugot's just like is just constantly licking himself because I think he kind of likes the oatmeal soapiness that it gave him. Because he's just been doing that a lot now. He's just like, this tastes like oatmeal. Which that's better. It's not biting or scratchy or anything like that. You know, he's not asleep. He's awake. He's just kind of licking himself. I mean, he's licking his peaches, but nonetheless. Now we're going to be infusing the spiders with a bio-liquid that enters the bloodstream upon biting. And then we become the necrobots, where we become claw grabbers and Chuck E. Cheese's everywhere. Or those little grocery stores that have like the occasional fucking little claw grabbing arcade things every now and then. Somehow I was satisfied watching it come right, knowing I'm murdering Billy. Well, I mean, I guess. I think watching like 100-some fleas like choke and die on chemicals and water is better and more oddly satisfying. Because at least there's a legit factor of satisfaction there. I mean, that, like, yeah, okay. Leave it to Venom to always go down the path. Little bubble. Come here, boy. Come here. Come here, little sea boy. Yeah, I'm gonna go get him. Doesn't wash his rags. Implying I use rags. Like, you do realize there is a thing called a tissue, right? You could just, you know, like, or a fucking, like a toilet paper and shit, because then you could just, bloop, toilet paper, flush, boom, done. There's no washing or none of that bullshit, outside of just washing the hands. Oh, my foot is caught on a cord. I don't like that. There we go. White boy. Come over here, you sweet boy. Oh, look at that little tail. Oh, you sweet thing. Oh, my goodness. Oh, look at her. Oh, you sweet little good. You fucking muffin. You fucking muff. What am I to do with this? I can't pick you up. I can't pick you up like this. What is this? Nonsense, boy. Rant. Oh my god, you fucking Fruit Loop. Get up. Oh my, you fuck. You fucking fruit. Ah. Oh, you little bumpy. You chunk. Ooh. You chunka kabunka. Oh my goodness, you fucking little freak. Look at you. Oh, you're so soft. Oh my goodness, you're so soft and fluff the new washiness. This is letting them get crusty and rock Harlem out. No, oh my fucking god. You disgusting freak. Toilet paper and, you know, fucking, but, you know, that works just as well. Works just as well, man. Gotta do the whole work smarter, not harder, bro. Can I help you? You know, yeah, actually I can. Oh my god, you are a sweet baby. Who's just a fruit boo-boo? Oh my god, okay, you're making me, you're overheating me. I am really suddenly very hot with you just hanging here. Yeah. What? Well, okay. Alright. Thanks. And also, oh my fucking god. Baloney. A history. Wow. Yes. The in-depth history of Bologna. Bologna. Well, look what you did. You terrorist. The good, rich, in-depth history of Bologna. Where Bologna once started, and where it is now today. Yes. So, God, fuck off. Get away from that. See what a random little shit's on tube, y'all. So I might wrap it up either for now or maybe for the rest of the day. I have no idea. Going on for a nice, decent amount of time. This little meme. Your dog looks angry. He's fine, go stroke him. And then you get a little kitty that looks all adorable. It's like, your cat looks cute. He's nuts, don't go near him. Yeah, that tends to be the case with cats. They're psycho, don't go near it. Oh my god, there's another meme. What the fuck? Look good girl, Lamau. Man, mind his business. I ain't say that shit. His profile pic is just a dude in the background. Oh my god. That's just great. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh shit. U.S. railroad workers may strike. Oh shit. Probably due to problems with, work conditions, lack of proper wages, shit like that. Just kind of typical stuff as to why, workers tend to go on strike. Based. I mean, that definitely would hamper supply chain issues, which would heavily affect places like my workplace, but, frankly, fuck it. I don't care. Let it happen. I mean, if the companies don't want to fucking actually give the proper wages, to the train operators or like railroad workers and shit, then we shutting that bitch down. I just love how so many of these different unions are just gaining so much fucking teeth. They're actually being aggressive now. Will you be back on later? I don't know. Potentially, I might, just because because I've been seeing, at least today, like, different news about some labor aspect of stuff, so, I could come back a little later tonight, not go on for maybe, like, 3-some hours, but, at least, a little something, have a little topical thing about that. Because, at least get some more tea, and then a little something for food. Figure something out. 24-hour stream? Oh god, no. That would have been more realistic for yesterday, not today. because I have to work tomorrow. So, fuck that. Who was this? Oh, it's Andrew Tate. Never, ever take an antidepressant or some other bullshit, my alternate drug, and attempt to hide from the certainties of a painful life. Sadness is universal, constant. It's here to say, I embrace it. Give it to me, all of it. I manifest it into power. What the fuck, dude? What does that even mean? Like, that doesn't even mean anything. My God.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Yep, sounds about right. It's freaking insane. Yeah, he literally is. Like, that dude's fucking psycho, bro. Like, he's hiding in Romania because of, like, you know, fucking, like, sex trafficking, like, investigations and shit. And it's not only denying them, but also, like, you know, well, it's not necessarily saying it's like the incidents happened, but are just, you know, denying how they actually happened and saying, oh, like, what, like, because one girl was kidnapped and basically her boyfriend reported it. And he's like, oh, he's just jealous that she's hanging out with me at my mansion, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what? Like, if anything, he's just doubling down, denying the fact that it was a kidnapping. Dude's just like a legit unironic scumfuck of the earth. Listen, if a bunch of girls he forced to OnlyFans and then give him some. Yeah, he gets like 80% of their cut. Whatever the fuck it might be. Man, he looks so nice and silky smooth now. And his little like cheek fluff is just like just really sprawled out now, so he kind of looks more like wolfish almost. Just with puppy ears. I'm pretty sure he just has permanent puppy ears now. Which I'm okay with, they look adorable. Give him this little cutesy friendly demeanor about him, because that's literally all he is. He's just aggressively so. I'd still have to ignore his OnlyFans by exchange that demand, see free speeches. Oh my fucking God. Isn't that, like, at least in some part, the reason for an OnlyFans? It doesn't necessarily have to be sexual shit, but isn't that, like, primarily the reason why it's a thing? What are you looking at me for? Even though it's like late evening, it's actually gotten like significantly warmer in here. Fuck. Wonder if like hosting down like the side of the garage and shit like that would help. I just realized how fucking hot it must be in that attic. You know what? I kind of want to see. There's that right there. I want to see. Let's see. I'm curious. It's probably just death incarnate up here. Okay, there's like a web of some sort that I count myself on. That's just nice and convenient. How hard are you? Oh god. Oh, it's so hot I can barely breathe in there. Oh my god. Oh, God, that's horrible. Death. Oh my god, okay, that was horrible. That was instant regret. Wow, I'm like literally more shiny now. I'm like significantly more shiny. Oh my god. Yep, that was about like 5 times hotter. Just as I suspected. That alone made me winded. Oh my god. See how well I don't do well in heat. The granted is probably like 110 in there, up in there, or like 115 or some shit. Oh my god. Ugh. I'm sticking this in the freezer. Let it sit in there for some time. Yeah. Stick my head in here. Oh. I can't even feel the cold affecting my head, but I can tell it's doing something. Wow. My head's that hot. I literally can't feel the cold on my head. Switcheroo. Really? I still can't feel the cold on my head. Jeez Louise. I mean, it made my head colder. I can feel that, but wish I had these stick in there. But you gotta be fucking kidding me. What am I gonna do with you? Here. I'm naturally a dirty boy with Lamau. I can tell. Which two planets in our solar system are known as giants? Neptune and Uranus, obviously. Wait, there's 2% of people that thought Jupiter and Pluto? And there's 5% that thought Uranus and Pluto. Collectively, that's about like 7% of people that thought Pluto was a fucking ice giant. Aye. I mean, there's Neptune and Jupiter. That's about 5%, but that's like a little bit more understandable because Jupiter is a gas giant. So, I mean, it's like I can at least understand, you know, maybe some people not being that knowledgeable, you know, about. Well, I mean, obviously, I know there's people that aren't that knowledgeable about the shit, evidently, but like, I mean, I can at least see that being more of a mistake. Watch me decide to see 3000. Oh. A little bit. Things I find too. Like I get drunk and stoned to watch bad movies. Well, I mean, who doesn't? I mean, it sounds like a good time, of course. Sounds like a fun time right there, I do say what. Not really seeing too much here. Well, even Vosh is going, you know, about the whole monkeypox thing. Conservatives are using monkeypox to fearmonger against gay people. Honestly, like, there was, like, more on Titan Green that was also being like, hey, because monkeypox is basically an STD, it doesn't really affect people besides, you know, just fucking gay people and stuff. Let's just mock it and just laugh at it and deny that it's even a thing, even though it is a thing. It's like, oh my god. It's like, can we just, like, mock and... I wish I had a beat button like TJ did. Like, and, you know, and, yeah. Warlock, a movie about Warlock keeps changing bodies to try to find a perfect body. I think I've heard of that one. Boba. Aw. Oh shit. Aye. It's always like a random, like, gamble with you, dude. Like, when it comes to those when it comes to your comments, like, oh my god. It's always a fucking gamble. You can tell I've been drinking, can you, Lamau? Sounds like it, hasn't it? If anything, it kind of incentivizes me more to probably do a little quick grocery shopping in a sense by acquiring a little something for myself in those type of ventures. On top of well, yeah, food too, because it sounds like a good little fun time right now. We should go get some weed and alcohol for later in the stream. I'm plenty well stocked on that. I'm doing pretty good shit with that one. But yeah, like I said, I think later tonight we'll probably make a, not like as long, but at least like, you know, a fun little drink and topical stream. I might like do a little bit of Genshi maybe too. You can only legally own 2 dildos. Well, I would be breaking the law then. Well, no, I'm at the limit right now. But yeah, I mean, if it was just sex toys in general, then I would be breaking out law at least like 3-fold. So yeah, it sounds like a shitty law. And how can you even track that? Like what? Like look at your fucking like online purchases or something? Like, yeah, let me get a warrant, you know, to the bank and then a warrant to you and shit, and yeah. Man, he really loves hanging out over there because it's just much more cooler. Yeah, I'm doing my grocery shopping. I'm not taking you for a walk. It ain't prime for you. Look, even when he's outside, when I was watering the lawn, he was just hanging out on my front porch. Like, he was like, oh god, it's too hot. I don't want to run around. What the fuck? I didn't use the phone because I think our dad used it before you inherited it? Bruh. Why? Why? Oh my god. And I don't want to put my eggplant to something he used me put. Oh man, dude. Bruh. I honestly thought like, why? No, that's just who? No, I would not like. I would reject that inheritance. I have one guy who specializes in sex toy rests. I was the one who's been invading us for years. How? He lives in our state, crafty bastard, and he sniffs a pair of underwear of yours. Oh my god. I mean, that's basically like, you know, what the whole Love Inc. Love Int is, like, the whole Love Intelligence collecting shit that the NSA does. Where, like, some, you know, NSA agents, you know, instead of, you know, maybe doing their jobs, they literally just spy on their exes or their spouses or their partners and shit, see if they're cheating or whatever the fuck. Or see what their weird kinks are or whatever the fuck, or what they might be saying about them and shit. I mean, honestly, it's like... I mean, if you think... I mean, when I was... I don't know when that broke. It was years ago now, probably, but... When I remember hearing that info, I'm like... Well, if the NSA is doing it, what's the fucking likelihood cops are doing that shit too? And, like, the FBI and etc. Like, honestly. I'm gonna use it because my sister gave it to me and I don't want to use something that she might put in her... Oh my god! Why do people fucking... Why are people inheriting... Dude, man... There, I guess in Alabama there really is the saying about, you know, keeping it in the family. Jesus Christ, man. Bruh. I would... No. I mean, I guess you could wash them and sterilize them, but still, you know? It's like, yeah. Bruh. Aye. That's what I call recycling. Recycling. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh my lord. I mean, yeah, you are recycling. Being environmental and making sure that it stays in the family. 2 for 1. It's a good deal. I bet Venom's just dying in the background now. He's just like, just dead. Ever try to put a cucumber up your butt? It might explode and you might poop cucumber for days after. Bruh. Probably has a really sorry look on his face right now. Well, if you're gonna do the whole cucumber thing, there is a thing called a condom. I would imagine you could just slip it on that bad boy, and if it exploded, at least it'll all stay kind of, you know, in the in that, you know. Just, you must have like some ass strength. Damn. Because holy shit. I guess that's why bananas are preferred, because worst that they're gonna do is just smush. Nah, man, you gotta raw dog it like nature intended. You know, because nature totally intended humans to look at cucumbers and be like, yeah, I wanna fuck that. Yep. Just like nature intended, bro. Bruh. Does anyone try a zucchini? Yeah, I've had zucchini. It's not my favorite thing, but, you know, it's alright. I've considered a zucchini. I think he means by eating it. As for other purposes, no, I have like any food item I have not tried myself. I meant in the way Venom describes. Yeah, no. Not with any food. Because I'm not gonna lie, I have like thought about it, like, you know, just out of like curiosity's sake. I'm like, hey, at least it shaped, you know, the way it's supposed to, you know what I meant? But, you know, no. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's like, I got sex toys for that. I mean, at this point, I definitely not, because I do, yeah, I mean, like, most of those thought processes were more in my, like, teen years. I'm gonna decide I meant it both ways. Yeah, it was meant in both ways. Have you tried a zucchini by eating it or fucking it? I mean, honestly, it's just like... I wish I could put a pineapple up there, but it's so spiny. Well, just gotta prod TJ to do it. Anyway, but like, honestly, it's just like... I think the closest thing, at least for me, when it comes to like food and shit that I'll probably mess with when it comes to sexual shit, is probably like whipped cream or something. Because a lot of that, you know, can definitely be used for like foreplay purposes. Like get like a little, you know, like or some shit, and you know, whatever the fuck. I mean, there could be like a little, you know, some elements about that I could see. But you know, it's like beyond that though, it's like, I don't really see the appeal to it. Even using it for like more phallic dildo-ish purposes. I guess if you're desperate enough and that's all you got, but like even then I'm like, well, okay. Fist it is. I keep saying I'm gonna smoke one more bowl, but this will keep dragging us on. And how is it like getting later at night, but it gets hotter in here? Like, fuck me, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, by the time I like do my like 20 or minute less errands, I'm gonna be just like, nope. Because holy McFuck. Holy McFuck. Like, I'm somehow getting like Zukov's hairs on me or something. Like, I don't even how. It's like all over my face. It's pouring rain here. Can you bring that here, please? Can you just bring that rain and just like move it somewhere else, like up here? Like, please?
Word for hen.
Oh, wait. Feeling a few questions be like, here, let me do this real quick. Just because...
What's another word for chicken? Hen. Not what I was saying, but okay. Give me a word that goes after intertwine. What's an activity that may have you sweating in your home? Working out. Really, working out?
Smoking weed.
Is that about me? I just don't think you do that. Well, it's not about me, it's about the overall survey and what people say in general. That's a word that rhymes with mabina. Mabina? Is that even a word? Don't about the answer word. It's not a fucking word. Mabina? I'm talking about Lina. You are just so good. I don't know. It's an part of a man's body. Like a funny bone? Like a funny bone? That's not even a real bone. Stop it. Like your stomach. No. That's stupid. Your feet. What? You know what the real answer is. Don't say it. I don't know what the real answer is. You know what to say. Don't say it. Give it to me. Give it. I don't want to say it to me. Oh my God. Sir. This is a family show. What is wrong with What's the word?
Oh my god. He kind of nails it pretty well. Obviously, it's hyperbolicized. Actually, you know, hold on. The other short I had below it was an abortion joke one. So here.
Stuff. I'm just saying words in a certain order to elicit laughter. People like try to figure me out, do my act. It's all jokes. I told an abortion joke recently, and a woman approached me. She was like, "Hey, that's very insensitive. I've had an abortion. You shouldn't tell jokes like that." I was like, "Whoa, hey, sorry. I just told a joke. I think what you did was much worse." Well, you know.
Okay.
Either way, I'll see you at home later, honey. And again, all jokes. I love abortions. I paid for 2 last week. I'm a fan, right? You remember? Come on. It's all jokes. A friend of mine, she works at Planned Parenthood. She loves that joke. And I was like, I might have to get rid of it. People don't like it. She's like, no, you got to keep it. I was like, I might get rid of it. She's like, no, you got to keep it. I was like, I might get rid of it. She's like, no, you got to keep it. I was like, I might get rid of it. I was like, don't tell me to do with my body at work. She's like, yeah, Rich.
Meh. Eh. I want to change the channel. Wait, what? I've also used the remote control as a dildo, and that was my quick. Yeah, I was thinking, okay, board struck, maybe it'll be something like, you know, like a more recent contemporary thing to like, oh, you know, maybe Republican shit, but then I'm just like, okay, no, it's just like a dude being like, yeah, I'm a player, huh, lol, and it's like, okay, yeah, you're kind of a fucking faggot, but it's just like, whatever. It's like, well, nice, thanks YouTube for recommending me that. That was just, not, yeah, okay. Well, I'm gonna need at least some minor significant form of palate cleanser for that one. So, well, Zakar closed the door on himself. Oh my god. What's this? Arnold Schwarzenegger, gross out of co-star. Ooh. This might be a palate cleanser.
From Harry Potter, says the actor Arnold Schwarzenegger, deliberately farted in her face while they both were shooting. And of days, here comes the feeling you thought you'd forgotten. British actress faces to fart on.
Damn. So Arnold fucking, like, during, I guess, I'm assuming probably during the, like, a show of, like, Conan or something, he farted on a British actress. Oh my god, it's great. Alright. That was a nice little fun palate cleanser. I just didn't know I snorted it. So I was smoking weed. It's like, nah, I snort it and I inject that. I, like, inject the direct RHO, like, THC fucking extract right into my veins. That's how I do it. Anyway, gonna get one of all smoked out and like I have a weird feeling, you know, it's actually gonna be somewhat like mildly cooler outside than it is in here. I have just a feeling. Because, like, goddamn. I hate how it, like, just absorbs heat in this fucking garage. I hate how garages do that. It's like, boo. Can there just be, like, you know, an energy efficient way to, like, you know, make it cool? An energy efficient, you know, way of having AC and that cool air. It's like, can we just have nice things while I sit here bitch and moan about first world problems? While meanwhile, like, most places don't even have AC in their entire homes, you know, in the first place, let alone their fucking garage. But they're buying here my fucking, no. It sounds uncomfortable just because it's gonna be all sweaty hot and fucking, ugh. Not in a good way. Made a big gay as fuck, never mind. I hate, oh, wow. Wow. Discriminatory against the gay. I see. I see how it is. Anyway, gonna re-up on my tea and get a couple pie favorites for later tonight. Probably back around like 9:30ish, about somewhere around there. So yeah, about 2 hours. A little something, fill my belly up. Actually, kind of build up a little bit more on Kenshi too, a little bit. But yeah, at least trying to like put like an hour, put an hour's worth of time. You know, try to build up my base a little bit by bit, which is coming along pretty nicely, honestly. So I think I'll probably at least start stream up when I come back later, showing that off a little bit, showing off the progress. Ooh, that felt good. Cocaine? Well, yeah. Nah. I mean, it feels like the Wall Street shit, but of course that ain't gonna happen, so. Oh well. But, hey, either way. Like I said, I'll be back later tonight, so. Just peace out for now, and, yeah, I'm gonna try to deal with this heat, because, oh my god. Ugh. Sucks.